Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the City League, the only esports league designed around community esports centres and LAN hubs throughout Europe. My name is TJ, joined by Mima. We've just begun the inaugural League of Legends season of the City League. Today is play day 1, week number 1, and I can't wait to get started. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Really excited to see how these teams perform in the 4 games that we've got for you guys today. Carry on.
I can't wait either, because, of course, this is only the first day. We have 4 games today. Each of the teams today will play 1 game every week for the next 4 weeks, and it will be mad. Or the next 3 weeks, rather. We have 2 groups, and the group stage, once it's complete, the top 2 teams from each group will go on to playoffs, where, well, we'll get into that format later, but they'll play off for a shot at the $300 prize pool, and of course the title of the best team in the City League for Season 1. Today's matches start with the Antwerp Lions versus SP Thessaloniki. I wrote down how to say that. We'll follow through with the second Group A game between Engage Aberdeen and Hub Valence. Then we'll transition to Group B with the Alphen Rhinos versus Antwerp Lions' second team and Swordfish Banja Luka versus Reload Prague.
I'm actually really looking forward to this game between Engage Aberdeen and Hub Valence. Because Engage Aberdeen is actually a team from the UK. We don't get enough, high-level gameplay coming from the UK. And only really this year was there a London league set into action. But, finally, I'm actually seeing some more UK teams make it into tournaments and leagues, etc. So I'm really looking forward to see how that game goes because, they've been... I find that the ranks have been quite similar, actually.
Yeah, the LVP, right? That's the new league in the UK.
I'm not 100% sure. I think it is, though, yeah.
I was just in the UK for a different show I was doing, and I was kind of getting to hang around a lot of the people who were working in the League of Legends scene in the UK. I think a lot of the team I was working with is now working on the EU Masters, which is currently ongoing. So it's pretty fun to see all the connections come together. And hopefully, one of the players that's playing here today for that Aberdeen side will one day play on the EU Masters stage. If you would like to chime in on the discussion as we go through today, please do head over to @CityLeagueGG on Twitter. You can also use the hashtag TCL to join in on the conversation. You can, of course, find the full schedule, rules, details, all of that over at cityleague.gg. It's a website and a brand name. It's crazy like that. Game 1 of today will be, of course, the Antwerp Lions versus SP Thessaloniki. And we don't know too much about these teams because it is, of course, day number 1. But how are you feeling?
Well, I don't know a lot about these teams, but definitely looking forward to it. It is the first game of City League of Legends, and both these teams look pretty strong. There actually is, from what I've been seeing, a challenger team on a challenger player on the side of Thessaloniki, and it's going to be interesting. Actually, there is a bit of a rank difference, but from what I've seen from other pro games and higher level games, it doesn't make that much of a difference as long as there's synergy.
Mm-hmm. And it is always exciting to get to see kind of the difference between the two teams right now. Because even though in rank there is separation, even though in rank there is a difference, I think a lot of that difference in rank ostensibly can be made up for by just being able to play together as a team, maybe having a little bit more experience playing as a unit.
Yeah, being able to play as a unit, as a team is really, really important, especially in these competitive games where it is just all about communication and playing as a team that is able to get you through and get the win on these games, which is what we see a lot of these high-level teams doing, is what I'm looking to see here, a lot of synergy between these players. I'm definitely looking forward to that. We actually are getting a nice little cam view of all the teams at their stations.
Yeah, they look cozy. Except for the dude whose forehead is in the camera. He looks intense.
They look very prepared. These teams, they're nothing to joke about. There is money involved in this tournament. This isn't a fun tournament, so they do have something to lose. And I think we are just about ready to start going into this champion select soon. Both of these teams looking very, very, very pumped going into this first game.
Yeah, it should be really, really fun. So we don't, again, know anything much about the two team sides. We do have their in-game ranks. From them, we can, I believe, guesstimate that we should be favoring SP Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki. God. We're going to call them Team SP.
We are now actually in the champion select as well, by the way. We've seen a first ban of Orianna coming through for the side of, I believe, hold on, I'm having a little bit of a breakdown. Antwerp Lions getting the ban of Orianna against Thessaloniki, and we have had a dodge. Somebody has clearly.
I assume someone banned Yasuo. So they couldn't get their pick, so they've gone back, sorted out whatever technical issue was just occurring, and we'll be back into it in a moment. But as I was saying, I was very excited for this game because even though there is that ostensible difference in ranks, there is a strong gap between them that can be made up in competitive play. And especially in a LAN setting, I don't know if you've ever had the pleasure, you mentioned earlier to me you'd played League competitively. Have you ever gotten to play it on LAN?
I have played on LAN. I went to a convention in London, and I was able to play just with a filler team. It was more of just a fun tournament, which I placed second in, actually. It wasn't like a high elo thing. I just come and join. But when it comes to actual competitions, I've been in tournaments on a website called Battlefy, and I've been all across doing all that kind of stuff, yeah.
Well, then I'll trust that you know the difference between just being able to play on LAN and like team communications on LAN, and it just like takes everything up to 11. So it really is like playing a different game from playing online League of Legends.
Yeah, like online League of Legends, you have that one person that might just need to go midway through the game to, maybe go to the toilet, which happens far too often. And,
God.
When it comes to LAN, though, it's a lot more intense. It's a lot more, you can, everyone in that room, well, not everyone in the room, but most of the people in that room are there to win. They're there to thrive, and, being around your teammates kind of gives you that boost of confidence, kind of gives you that little extra that you need to go on and actually win those games, sometimes.
And one of the things I've loved about the City League format, when I was casting it for Counter-Strike, when I was casting it for Overwatch, way back when, was that it's like the middle ground between the two. You don't have the full just intensity of like a full LAN tournament, which is wild, and you don't have to travel all the way to wherever the other team is, but you're still all in the same place with your team. So you still get the added benefits of that communication, the added benefits of being able to feed off each other's energy without needing to do all the actual LAN stuff every week, which would be ridiculous.
Imagine these teams having to go from country to country to play against each other. That would be madness. Yeah. We got teams from Greece, we got teams from the UK, like I said earlier. We've got teams from Germany, I think, and we've just got teams from just everywhere, really. And I'm really looking forward to like seeing all these teams perform, though, and see what it all goes on, and to see if there's like a little meta that is performed in the middle of this. But finally, getting into Champion Select, we're seeing the same Orianna ban go on for the side of the Antwerp Lions.
I don't believe in it yet. We'll find out. But I think we should be getting into the pick ban very shortly on stream.
Yeah.
I'm curious as we go through this, especially if you could just, because I'm a little bit newer to League of Legends, if you could just go ahead and bring me up to speed with what you're expecting these two teams to ban and whether or not they're living up to your expectations.
Well, actually, I fully expected both of these teams to go for comfort bans, so banning what the enemy team is playing at the moment, because I think we're not at a point where meta is everything. I think we're at a point currently well, it's a level of play where you want to ban people's comfort picks because people can climb high ranks, but two champions. If you can take two champions, it is the end. But we are seeing Rek'Sai, which is a very meta pick, coming out for the side of Antwerp Lions. It's a really strong pick in the jungle currently. We're seeing it picked everywhere in low elo play and in high elo play. It's a really popular champion. It's not really been meta for a while up until now. But, like we're coming into the meta into the past few patches. And there is Vayne and Sejuani. Sejuani obviously being in the jungle. I'm sure you've seen Sejuani's in the jungle. It is quite a popular pick. Vayne being picked as well. Vayne, really strong ADC. Late game, probably in the best ADCs, top 3 ADCs. So far, it's been quite meta, these picks, actually.
Yeah, just when those bans actually kind of lured us into a false sense of security, we've got all in. There's the Braum, Lucian joining the field as well for the Antwerp Lions. And that's going to mean that I think we're staying full meta for both sides, and it's only the bans that are out of sorts. Those bans, of course, were a heavy mid-target for Antwerp. They got rid of Veigar, Orianna, and Morgana, whereas opposing them, I think it was a little bit of the things that are annoying in solo queue. Renekton, that Taric Sonya, you ban out the Taric, you don't need to worry about the Sonya so much. And then, of course, Ryze, who, yes.
Ryze is very good, especially when it comes to organized play. Ryze can make a lot of really good plays for his team, actually, which is why it's usually quite often a ban we see in high elo play and in just competitive play. Braum Lucian being an incredibly strong bot lane, though. Having the combo between Braum and Lucian being able to get a stun off so fast really early on is just going to be incredible for this bot lane. And against a Vayne, where Vayne's early game is particularly quite weak, we are actually going to see, Lucian Braum probably taking priority in that lane, which might give Rek'Sai more chances to invade, but we will just have to see.
Second phase of bans is underway, and we're full meta these days. It's going to be Urgot, Vladimir. Both could be played in a variety of places, but both, more importantly, are hard meta.
Yeah, Urgot and Vladimir, we're just seeing everywhere. Literally, every single game, I either seeing Urgot or Vladimir, or at least one of them banned, because Vladimir just being a strong pick all game, he can play really safe, and then once he hits that late game, he can start blowing people up. And even in the mid game, he's still doing an average amount of damage. So it's just absolutely incredible. And then Urgot, with the new changes we've seen in recent patches, playing Urgot at a point where his W costs very little mana, and there's actually a toggle at max rank, having so much damage with that E as well now, that he's become this monster, I'd like to say, almost in the top lane. And sometimes we've been seeing him in the jungle as well. Poppy and Aurelia bans coming out, so the heavy top focus. And we've seen a Teemo be locked in for the side of the Antwerp Lions, which is questionable to say the least.
How dare you question my golden god? Particularly as Yasuo comes through to follow him up. That's presumably going to be for mid, Rek'Sai for jungle, Lucian in the side lane? Or is that, wait, there's a smite being run on the Lucian. There's a smite being run on the Lucian.
Lucian, I believe the pick will be moved down towards Teemo, because they can swap champions, which means Teemo will probably get put to the top lane.
Sure. But I'd just like to draw your attention towards the fact that there is a smite being run on the Lucian.
Oh, no, don't worry. The champion's going to move.
I'd just like to draw your attention towards the...
Okay. Oh, I feel like the Teemo. I think the Teemo was a placeholder. I think the Teemo was definitely a placeholder.
Apparently, there was maybe a misclick, and it should have been a Lissandra.
Okay, so yeah. It was a placeholder. Like I said, it was a placeholder, which basically means, if you don't know what a placeholder is, it's when a team picks a champion which the player that was picking own. So they just pick a Teemo or Annie or whatever. They just pick a champion that they're obviously not going to pick, and then they say, yeah, it's a placeholder for this champion instead. So yeah, we're going to go through the exact same bans, the exact same picks, down to where we saw Teemo, and it's actually going to change to Lissandra, which is, I believe, going to be for the mid lane for Jiryong.
Okay, so then I'll ask you, what about these compositions makes you happy, sad? What makes them tick? We ended up with two remarkably meta compositions. The only thing that really stands out to me is that Yasuo, who doesn't see a whole lot of pro play. Everything else could have been drafted at the highest level. Actually, that Riven as well.
Yeah, you know, Riven isn't something we always see in pro play and competitive play, but we actually did see it recently in the LCK finals. We saw Calm picking a top lane for SKT1, which I believe they did win that game with the Riven top lane. It was actually quite a fun top lane to watch. So, you know, when the Koreans pick something up, you do know it's going to be pretty good because, you know, they do make the meta a lot of the time. But Riven is usually a solo queue dominant pick, but it's quite exciting seeing it because it's a fun pick to watch. Lysandra, though, really, it's just a standard pick. It's always good. It's always, and you know, we're seeing it picked in the mid lane. And like you were saying about the Yasuo pick, actually, he doesn't see a lot of pro play, but he's going to work really well on this comp. He works quite nicely with Rek'Sai. He's able to get really good pick potential, and with Lysandra being able to support him, and the Braum ultimate being able to go off the Yasuo ultimate, Yasuo's last breath can do so much damage to people if a lot of them are knocked up. So, you know, it's going to be quite good in this team comp actually, especially against them.
Well, I'm going to have my eyes down towards the bottom lane because, of course, Vayne Lucian is remarkably standard, dare I say, for a competitive play. You said you favoured the Lucian during the early game. I certainly think that's fair, but surely towards late, what we've seen of Vayne lately is terrifying.
Yeah, Vayne's late game is absolutely incredible. Once you've got that Bork into Guinsoo's, really having those two items plus maybe Berserker's Greaves can be absolutely incredible, actually, and can do so much damage. But once it hits 5 items on Vayne, that really is just almost the end at that point in some cases. But from the Lysandra pick, that does mean that, you know, we are going to see Pikayon, I believe, that's how you pronounce it, is going to have to go for that QSS for the cleanse onto the Lysandra ultimate. Otherwise, you know, it's being really, really good on Vayne and being really, really fed isn't really going to make a difference. But yeah, that game Vayne will stomp that team. Only Yasuo, I believe, scales that well into the late game of the Antwerp Lions.
With the Riven Sejuani there as well, does this start to look like a really strong late game composition for SP Thessaloniki?
Oh, definitely. You know, Syndra is really, really nice, especially locking somebody down. But Yasuo being quite a big counter to Syndra, actually, with having the Wind Wall to stop Syndra's unleashed power. It kind of does, you know, counteract it very badly in this for the Syndra. But, you know, if used at the right time, we could definitely see a Castleel on Lucian falling down quite early in these team fights. But having a Braum with Yasuo is going to shut down a lot of that damage from Syndra. And like Sejuani just being a very strong all-game tank, really, with that having, a very good lockdown ultimate. You know, it's overall, a lot of the team comp is actually based around killing one person off. You know, Sejuani, Syndra. Vayne only has single target abilities, does not have any AoE in her kit at all. So, really, it's if nearby, and if Braum isn't there to say we should pop off instantly. Having a lot of CC from Riven as well. Riven's quite nice. If the team of Antwerp Lions groups up just a little bit, we are going to see Revray on Riven just blowing them up with maybe a big knockup from the Q, big stun from the W, and that is it really, because that can be so much damage at that point.
So out of the draft, you think it's going to be stronger for SP Thessaloniki if they get late game? I'm going to ask a harder question for you, though. Give me a flat prediction. Who do you favor?
Currently, based off the team comps alone, personally, I favor the Antwerp Lions. They have a complete counter to Syndra. They have a really nice counter to Vayne as well. Sejuani's ultimate can be shut down. Yasuo's Wind Wall really blocking 2 huge ultimates for the side of, you know, Thessal. Well, I'm gonna call him Thessal. It's really gonna shut down 2 ultimates, and it has the chance to catch both. It usually won't, but it might just catch one, and that could just spell the end of some team fights for them, because once they do have this early game stomp as well, if the Yasuo gets ahead, if the Lucian gets ahead, it's going to spell the end of the game almost for, like, you know, Riven and Vayne, because they won't be able to catch up. Riven's quite good in the mid game and is good against Yasuo and a pretty good counter, but won't be able to hold her own, especially when there's a Lysandra and a Lucian there. Like Syndra and Vayne being quite late game champions, Riven only being the solace for this early game is going to put them in a situation where if the Jeyong on Lysandra is able to lock down Reverie, then it's going to end a lot of the damage from early game team fights. So they're very much reliant on the Riven in the top lane to try and bring them through this early game, which is what I think is going to be really detrimental to them because, you know, Jir Yong, if gone the right runes, would have taken Demolish. They're going to start pushing down these mid lane towers quite fast, especially with Rek'Sai as well as quite good at pushing. And overall, the team is just good at pushing these towers and securing these objectives as fast as possible. And they have this early game. I think if they do get these early objectives, which they should, they will have such a good chance that it's such a crutch on the Riven that I don't know if it's going to be enough.
All right. A long explanation, but a firm belief in the Antwerp Lions. Well, this Antwerp side has already won one League of Legends tournament run by City League, so maybe it's a foreshadowing of things to come. We are getting into game number 1 of the City League League of Legends season, and I can't wait to get started. You said you felt this Yasuo in particular was a very, very, very strong point in favor of the Antwerp side.
Yeah.
I'm curious if you think that's just because of the interaction between Windwall, or if you think maybe the rest of the world's missing out on something.
I think that the Windwall is one of the key points because it stops so much from, Syndra, Vayne, Riven. It stops a lot. And the thing is, though, is that we do see, as well, the knockup can be really, really, really useful, actually. And because the knockup, basically Yasuo, I'm kind of messing up, but Yasuo destroys squishies if he gets, a little bit ahead, maybe on minions or whatever. He can destroy squishies. So in this mid game, Syndra, Vayne are just going to get blown up by Yasuo if he's able to get to them. And if it's a good Yasuo player, this game is going to be so difficult, and it's going to Antwerp Lions get such a big lead because these Yasuo players are going to be key. However, obviously, if we see maybe some poor play on the Yasuo, then maybe not. It's probably an even game at that point, in my opinion, but it's really just is the fact that he can destroy this backline quite easily, and he's able to block so much damage from that wind wall, especially Braum. Braum does the same thing, basically, with his E, which is a shield, and it's just so much damage, especially with the Syndra ultimate, that there's not much that, I need a win, and Pikaeon are going to be able to do, especially these early game fights. So it is really just that.
Of course, SP do have a major advantage in the Riven, though, because Rev Ray, who is appropriately enough playing Riven, is the highest ranked player in the City League. He's a challenger. He's the only challenger to be playing. And that's a pretty major advantage.
Yeah, I was saying that Riven's quite a counter to Yasuo, and considering we have got a challenger player on Riven. Riven is one of those champions, though, that dominates solo queue, and it's one of those things that Reverie could use that Riven to climb, and if he has, then this can spell sometimes the end for the top lane, because Riven is quite a particularly strong champion solo queue, doesn't always transfer well into competitive play, but a challenger Riven player is still going to overpower some Diamond players, even with synergy being a very key point in this game, because Riven plays can just be game-changing, definitely.
Yeah.
And it's just, hopefully we're going to see some good plays from the Riven to try and even this game out a lot more, because I think the champion select has gone to the side of Antwerp Lions.
Well, like I said, the individual skill, just based on in-game rank, should skew towards SP Thessaloniki. So it's quite relieving to hear you say that there's a major advantage eked out in the draft, because that could speak to quite good team play. Shot calling oftentimes first manifests in the draft when you can see a team just outdraft their opponents. Odds are they're going to outplay them as well. We'll find out, though, because it looks like we're done with our polls. We're into game number 1, and the teams are ready to go.
Yeah, if we can just get the scoreboard coming up now onto the stream for you, it's looking pretty nice, actually. The start of the game being very standard for both teams, just creating that long line across the map just to make sure there's no invades anywhere. or something along those lines. But we are seeing the Riven's a little bit alone there, but there, S1W1 going for a bit of an early base there. Not questionable at all.
Let's talk about the lane matchups then, because we put a lot of emphasis on both the Riven of Revray and the Yasuo of Sierra. So I'd like to go ahead and say that top lane is possibly the most important lane coming into this game.
Yeah, you could definitely say that. It's going to decide the game necessarily, and well, not decide the game, but it's going to be one of the big deciders definitely for this game. You know, Lucian getting ahead can spell the end for the early, and Vayne getting ahead, which more or less won't happen. You know, Vayne doesn't have this early game. Lucian Braum has such a high kill pressure that if Vayne is to get ahead in this early, it would be a massive, massive mistake on the side of Lions, because they can just shut it down. So the bot lane really is just probably going to be a safe lane for the side of Thessal, because I don't imagine them going for any plays or anything along those lines, because obviously Lucian Braum does just out-kill them in the early game. And then in this mid lane, it's a Lissandra. I don't think we're going to see much fighting go on there.
SPT, for now, just played defense, kind of spread out across the map. No invades came through for either team. Antwerp Lions opted to play hyper-defensive. That's maybe a little bit worrying, given that you said their draft was strongest in the early game. Or are you looking for them to start on a little bit more of an aggressive note?
Well, it's really just Lissandra that's going to be trying to play passive in this early game, because Lissandra's not something that wins a lot of engages, especially against a Syndra. It's more of that ultimate and that massive CC that Lissandra can give when it does get to these mid-game fights. So you just don't really like to give kills to a Syndra and kind of her sit back and farm up. Not really let much happen. In the bot lane, it's obviously going to be side of Vessel that should be playing safe here, because having to like
Oh, already, Woong does find the big pressure onto Gods on the S1W1. Oh, he's got the scuttle though. He'll be fine because of it. Flash to chase will be counter flashed. First blood comes from mid.
Yeah, no, Woong actually picking up the first blood there is going to be really nice. It's going to have a lot more pressure across like the map in general. Getting this first one is going to be really good.
That's really spicy, and he's in for take number 2. Longer has to scare them back from his defensive position in mid, but not a bad start at all for the Lions. As top lane, the Riven Revray does find his own first engagement. It's just poked back and forth.
Yeah, that kill on Woong is going to be really nice though. Like I was saying, it's the jungler, it's getting kill pressure this early, and it's going to go to top.
Yeah, quite dangerous now for Sierra. First blood to the Riven. Exactly who you said they could not feed.
Yeah, you know, Challenger Riven engaging in a big minion wave, which I was questioning at first, but after seeing that damage, you know, his Riven level 3 damage is just incredible. Base damage from the Qs just gives her a massive kick, especially against Yasuo, which is why it's a big counter to Yasuo, because these very early fights, the base damage is so huge that it can end these fights. And there we are, the first blood going down. It would be very detrimental. I feel like the Yasuo should have been playing a lot safer there.
But that does tie up the kill lead so far. Of course, Woong was able to get his own kill right off the bat. Surely that means that things are balanced out, because they want to feed that Renekton above almost anything else.
The Renekton?
Sorry, they're jungler.
Yeah, no, I mean, Woong on Rek'Sai, you know, Rek'Sai's quite strong in this early game. I didn't really give that much credit to Rek'Sai when I'm talking about the champions like. But it's going to be just quite nice. It's nice to pick off the Vayne, it's good to get on the Syndra and all that kind of stuff. And giving the kill to Woong quite early on is going to allow him a lot more pressure around the map. You know, he's going to be able to beat Verdi Sword in these early engages. He's also going to be able to go mid and pick up maybe side of Antwerp Lions, or maybe probably actually go bot and get the kills on the side of Antwerp Lions.
Yeah, I apologize, of course, the Renekton was banned out. She was still in my head. And in my defense, Renekton and Rek'Sai, despite not being similar at all, do both start with R. That's about it.
They both start with R, and that is what makes them similar. But, you know, we are actually seeing Syndra, I need a win, actually going quite low on mana already in this lane, which is not what you want to see from Syndra. Just about to hit against the pressure.
Oh, this is a bait though. Woon was waiting in the bush, and he pops out now. Revray doesn't have enough to stay alive, but he's able to flash out just as Bird's sword arrives. That should be a double kill back in response. Both kills to Thessaloniki.
Yeah, Revray picking up a double kill there. 3-0, ahead of almost 20 minions now in the top lane. Sayura really is in a bad spot. You know, we are going to see Revray base here get a lot of items from that. 50 CS almost, and 3 kills. And we already see a Phage Kindle Gem, long boots of speed, and a control ward coming out from a first base. Obviously, one I believe might have actually already been there. But, you know, that's such an incredible base in comparison to 2 daggers and some boots. Like, alone, you know, the Kindle Gem almost a matching of the amount, and with a Phage on top of that, it's just going to be starting to stomp in the top lane. But we do actually see a plate going down for the side of Thessal here as well in the top lane.
Yeah, this is starting to snowball. You can already see with that plate over to Thessal and their control of the top lane, there is literally no lane on the map they're not winning, and you can see the effect of that on their gold economy. Here, an attempt will come through to turn that as Woon does arrive. The hope for the team down in the bot lane. Mid, the duel still goes on. Down bot, the focus onto the Braum does hold things at bay, but Revray rotated all the way down from the top lane to turn that fight.
Yeah, the TPing being quite good there, almost to the last tribute, which would be awful if the kill was to come out. You know, that would have put Antwerp Lions at such a behind position that realistically, if they were at that point behind, that they would, because they're on this early game, they're an early to mid-game team, and if they're losing it already, then it's really just going to show that the skill of the players is just heavily in the side of Thessal.
Dangerous in the bot lane. The Ignite already spent. You can't survive that. Specs will get himself an early kill over on the Karma. And that is rough down in the bot lane. I could see Last Tribute try and go forward on the Braum, but the damage had already been done.
You know, in this situation where I feel like the Lucian Braum should have been a lot more aggressive in this early game, we didn't see enough aggressiveness come out from the Lucian Braum, which I think is going to be just incredibly... I feel like I've said detrimental a million times, but I'm going to do it again. Detrimental for them, because
they needed to be more aggressive.
They did. They needed to capitalize more on this pre-6. They have Lucian Braum. It's a Vayne in the early game. They played so safe. I believe that they were really, I think, overestimating how maybe good these players are and giving way too much respect to them. Like, they could have won these early game engages, and now they're behind on kills, they're behind on CS in the spot lane, and this Vayne's getting a lead which they won't be able to come back from.
Yeah, level 6 already across the board for SP, while Antwerp Lions are still struggling to hit that max. They've now hit it on most of their players, but you can really see the gap building. I think their best hope now is Jir-Young in the mid lane, but even that is a long shot as he needs to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, you know, and in this top lane as well, we're seeing... Oh, I think it's
yeah, full pressure in, the Unbreakable. Last Tribute will hold the front lines here. There's indeed the full ultimate coming through with the Glacial Fissure. It's not a bad combo at all. First blood back over in a while for Last Tribute. He'll pay for it with his life. Now he's trying to tap forward the Light Slinger shot. Won't do enough damage though. And Jir-Young's got to turn this fight just with Woon. He's got the damage. Big On has to run away and barely makes it out. The two players from the lands will be quite happy with their achievements. Revray up top, though, is still dominating, so they're not gaining enough across the map.
That was really, really nice, actually, I would say, for the side of Antwerp Lions. They need those kills to try and get back into this game. As much as kills also went over to the side of Thessal, I think Antwerp Lions kind of needed that. Otherwise, they were just going to stay at this very big lead behind. Even though it wasn't 1 for 2, I still do think that it was value across the board for a kill going on to Lucian.
Yeah, but I did like that they were able to completely shut down that fight with rotates as well. Particularly Woon coming into the middle of that fight halfway through. Again, a very good sign for Antwerp's communication and coordination.
Yeah, I think they're showing that they have good coordination, but you can't show off of that coordination in this early game. So maybe they're gonna have to use those skills more towards the mid game to try and get more of a lead. But we are seeing Vayne with 2 kills, which is a little bit scary. 2 kills, 80 minions. It's going to get to the point now where she's almost built into that board, and she's going to win soon after, which is going to put them into a position where it's not good. And the first objective actually going down, the dragon there, Infernal Dragon, which is a really nice early dragon for them to get. And I was mentioning earlier how our bloodlines needed to use this early game to start pushing down objectives, and they haven't been doing that. And the first dragon falling down, which is going to be really bad for them.
The Infernal Drag did go over to SPT. That alongside their now significant 19,000 gold begins to add up, I think, as this flank comes through in the top lane. His sword will arrive. Completely splits up the defending Lucian Pop to him. Up at the top lane, there's counter-gank attempt, but last Tribute needs to hold behind this. Redray, surely you don't lose this. He will. A 1-1 trade up top. That's actually heroic, because it means Birdie's sword will only get a little bit of tower damage here. I don't think they have enough minions to take the tower itself.
No, but they do get those plates though, and they won the kills. Like it was a 2 for 3 in the favor of Vessel, and they got the plates in this bot lane, and because plates give a lot of gold. Each plate giving 160 gold to split amongst whoever's nearby, and all 4 plates actually going down in the bot lane. And since we are seeing Pikayan on Vayne, 2-0-3, 101 CS, and 4 plates worth of gold. That's probably, I would say, more gold than Revray actually has right now, because Revray doesn't have any plates. And having such a big lead at this point is going to be incredible for the side of Vessel.
Jiryong not doing a bad job in mid still. I think he does need to be a major asset for this team. You were talking a lot about the plates, the gold lead, which is of course indubitably in favour of SPT. I would like to highlight though, that was the first shutdown we've seen onto Revray. Ciaria on the Yasuo finally coming into his own, being able to stop the Riven.
Yeah, we hear the bot lane maybe preparing for a gank.
Last Tribute will go in, stand behind me, leads things up as the Unbreakable. There's a TP coming down though, and that means this will get very dangerous. Red emerges, they will instantly delete 1, make that 2, surely not 3. The dash away, Cassiel's just trying to get to safety. He will get behind the tower, but it will not save him as Revray is unstoppable.
And we're going to engage into the top line as well. I don't think really much is going to come from that. But Revray picking up 3 kills, being 7-1 at only 13 minutes into the game. This really is the sort of challenge at play we were, looking in this game, and really showing it off here. 7-1, which is incredible, considering he only picked up one early kill on Yasuo. Being able to turn that into 7 is showing really, really good skill from this player in specific. Revray really playing quite nicely to begin this game. It's only a best 1 actually, isn't it?
The heads-up TP down to the ward in the bot lane was absolutely insane. Very good call by Revray and this team. The coordination required to pull it off is significant.
Yeah, and that's TPs. That's the second time he's TP, and I feel like now it should be just expected when he is going to be used to go bot. That's all we've seen these TPs do this game, is just go bot with these TPs and go bot and go bot, because he wants to win bot lane. He wants to get Vayne to a point where she's unstoppable. Because Revray, like I said, Riven doesn't scale incredibly in the late game. Not like Vayne. You want to give Vayne more of these kills. Revray's already on a lead, well, he doesn't even need that much more of a lead. He wants Pikayan to get all these early, more of these early to late kills, because that's where the carries in from the 25-minute mark.
Top lane minion wave will crash only in Yasuo here to defend. Coming full 5 in, no good knockouts with Wug on the flank. This gets very dangerous and very dead for everyone there from SPT. That's 2 major kills back over as Pion on that Vayne is shut down, isolated and caught out.
That was an incredible, at least, from Sarah. in the top lane. On Yasuo, having a really nice dash into a double knockup followed by a 2-man last breath is just really, really amazing. We don't see plays like this.
It's all back over though. A smooth cleanup. And these boys were trying to set up for an objective. There's absolutely no way they're able to get the Rift Herald now that they've lost everyone up in the top lane.
You know, we are actually seeing, you know, Sarah performing a lot better than we saw him perform earlier. He's dashing through these minions well. He's getting these Qs off really well, and you know, hopefully we can see maybe more of a like play coming out from the side of, you know, one, because I do just kind of want to see them get back into this game. I don't want this to get 20 minutes gone.
Having to drift out in the jungle as a little bit of chase comes through, but the mid lane, Ciara, the Yasuo, the hero, will be able to hold strong. Jungle fight does break out and proper now. Birdie's sword combo as well with Longer is gone. Birdie's sword has to get out of here. There's 3-4 players here to shut him down though, and the Lions have yet more blood on their claws. This is now a proper comeback being mounted.
Yeah, you know, exactly like I was saying, once you get these mid-game to mid-early game fights, the coordination really, really good, and they've got the team comp for it, and they're really capitalizing on this, and they're pulling back the game. It looked like it was going awfully when Revray, you know, was stomping, and we actually did see Kaon 2-3, and it looked like it was going bad, but there we go.
Oh, Frozen Tomb, dangerous mid lane. Another kill back over. Picarot down. The Vayne shut down. The mid tower properly threatened. Cassiel's there for the damage. It'll fall quite quickly. The Lions are back.
Yeah, you know, Lions are really pulling themselves back into this game, clawing their way into like this mid game, and they're doing it well. Caught up in kills almost completely. You know, they're 10-14 in kills right now. They're pulling back into objectives a little bit more. There's mid tower getting very low, but tower potentially would have fallen down for the side of Aztec Lions as well.
It's gone.
Yeah, there it is, destroyed. And you know what? A 4 towers in comparison to 1, considering how far ahead Revray has been.
He's quite far ahead, by the way.
Yeah, you know,
He'll just walk up, grab a kill. This tower as well, maybe. So, this game now entirely revolves around Revray, it feels like. Birdie's sword is trying to get the Rift Herald solo, and he can do it. That'll come off the kills they got in mid, the shutdowns they got, scaring the Lions back.
Yeah, you know, Revray has this early to mid game, but if, you know, Pikaon just keeps getting caught out like this, it's really not going to be good, because that, and along with I need to win, is really just that sort of crutch for this late game, and Revray won't be able to win out this late game. You know, the late game is just better if, like all the side of Yasuo. Yasuo just had a late game. Ooh, Rubik is the kill, but you know, Revray doesn't have a late game, so as much as it is focused on him now, we need Pikaon to turn on, otherwise it's going to spell danger for the side of Thessals.
I think my internet's having a bad moment here, unless you can hear me well. So, I'll pass things over to you for a moment while I sort this out.
Yeah, the ocean break essentially falling down here. There we go. That's the objective that they wanted to get, I think. As much as the intel was probably better, they kind of wanted that for more sustained, because they have been staying outside the base quite a lot so far. So having a little bit of change is quite good, but we're going to see the Rift Herald going down here in the mid lane.
Hopefully I sound a little bit better now. Can you hear me?
No, still having that little bit of Discord lag. I think it is just Discord being a little bit bad, but we are seeing the mid lane tower falling down in the side of Thessal.
I'm back! Hey!
There we go!
How you doing? I beat up a Terminator with my bare hands.
Was that Terminator your router?
No, he was trying to impersonate me. But I stopped him. Revray also being stopped, playing some measure through. This gets dangerous because he can still absolutely win this fight, but the 2v1 will not go to him this time. The Lions shut down their most crucial target.
As much as that's an incredible play, and it's going to put them a lot more back into this game, the big bounty went onto Braum, which is not exactly what we wanted to see. Instead of
Shut up!
Yasuo getting...
He's going to be so strong. He is going to be the tankiest Braum the world has ever seen.
You know, if he builds a wit's end, then maybe I will eat my words. But, you know, the 900 gold has been much better on the Yasuo in that situation, realistically. And as much as it's not, I'm so happy they got the kill. It's still really, really good that they got the kill because it's still a lot of gold for their team. Yasuo's still getting obviously like 150 assist gold, but it could have been better is what I'm trying to say.
He actually, now that we're talking about Braum builds, he actually did rush that Knight's Plate. That's a little out of the ordinary. Normally that's saved for a little later on.
Well, I mean, yeah, we are seeing it come out a lot more for something like the Braum, something like Thresh. We see like a lot of, you know, Knights Val, buys quite early on, especially when you've got an ADC that's, well, hard carrying your team at 7 and 6. You kind of do want to just get that Knights Val for the ADC. Which actually put it, he's not used the active yet, it seems.
Not out. He just bought it but hasn't had the opportunity to pound it yet. There's the dive up top. Another team gang picks up. The Lions still catching out isolated members of SPT.
Yeah, that was really, really nice, actually. That was a really nice play from Wu with the flash to get the knockout for the, you know, obviously the Yasuo ultimate last breath. He's going to be able to kill the top lane, potentially an engage going up the mid lane here, though.
Yeah, dangerous. Last tribute will be able to stand behind me over the wall. I'll get him to safety.
Yeah,
There's the Knight's Vow bound.
Yay, finally. I think he has had it for a little bit now, actually, and, you know, it only just being bound. I've done that countless times, I think, honestly, at this point, where I was just bored and I've not bound it to anybody, and then I realized I'm having it for 6 minutes. I'm like, hold on a second. I'm
not getting any of the benefits for this. That's kind of weird. Alright, it's been attached. Now things get dangerous, I think, really, for the Lions. So my follow-up question is, at this point in the... Oh, Revray interrupting my questions with a 1v1 onto the area. He should win this dominantly. And he does. Okay, here was the question. At this point in the game, the comeback seems to be building for Antwerp. What is the key for SPT besides catching out the Yasuo 1v1?
Well, you know, really, the way that, what they want currently is to just force a fight around Baron, try and win this fight, or their other choice is that they can try and stall out this game for a lot longer, wait for this Vayne and Ninja to get a lot further ahead, and win the game that way, and meanwhile just go to pitch. But it looks like they're going to be going for that fight around Baron, leaving Revray in the bot lane to try and push those towers, because they do have Vayne, and like I said, with those boots, the 2 items can be really, really good, and it can move this, and it is not much be able to go for the side of the Lions.
They have vision around it too. There's no counter vision available, which means that, well, Lions need to get into this area and quickly. Bot lane was kind of abandoned by both sides. You can see Revray working his way up, clearing out vision as he goes towards this Baron fight. This gets dangerous for the Lions. They don't have the vision to get the control needed. Right now, they have no clue if the Baron's being taken, which coincidentally, it is. We'll discover that now. Boom, arriving in the area, but already dropped down to half HP. There's a good glacial miserable time for the Aswan, but it's not nearly in time. Oh, Sierra, he keeps going in. Wound's got the kill as well. The Lions dominate the early phase of the team fight, but it is only the early phase as the turnaround is swift and brutal. Revray occupies the backline, and that duo team, the Bob Lucian combo, doesn't get anything it needs. It's just full fight, and Revray will be shielded through the killing blow, meaning it's a complete 5-man fight over to SPT.
5-for-1 trade, Ace going into SPT. They're winning these fights now, and that's really how, you know, AL1 the Lions wanted to get back into this game, was by winning these mid-game fights. But that bracket is over. Revray can dominate these fights now because you got way too much of a lead. And now we're actually Kyle is getting so much damage, and with this Baron is going to secure them such a nice fight, and they can definitely go for the 4-1, leaving Riven in the top lane, putting the rest of the team in the bot lane to provide pressure, and really start to push to maybe even win this game in the next couple minutes.
This is their game to lose at this point. Now with a 10k gold lead, it looks almost impossible. In order to work this game back, I need the Lions just keep finding those isolated picks that got them the mid-game. Finding solo players split up across the map.
Yeah, you know, like, having a team based around this early game and getting objectives in this early game, and then getting dominated in this game was the fall down for the side of the Lions, because it did put them in a situation where they had to try and rely on only the mid-game fights, which wasn't enough, but they potentially are going for a pick onto I need a win here. They're looking for it, and they're looking for the Dragon as well.
The Dragon focused down a bit, poked by I need a win. He'll be able to solo it, doesn't really need these rotates, but he'll want them as the rest of the Lions do arrive. Flash Tribute's unbreakable, pokes in the front, that Ocean Drake. Oh, they seed it, completely giving it up, and RevRay's got an opportunity, soloing out the Braum. Glacial Fissure, it won't save him! Scenario's just running the mid lane. Cassiel thinks he has an opportunity to solo down Birdie's sword, and he might be right, but with the redemption coming through, he's proven wrong. Scenario's caught out. Wu tries to finish off Birdie's sword, but RevRay, how to alive. There's the golden stopwatch spent just to get Birdie's sword, the breathing room. He needs to turn the fight, and it's all on the mid lane. It's all on Jail, and I don't think he can do it. The Frozen 2 will be spent, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, and that is definitely going to be the end of this game. There's nothing that the Lions can do. The Baron minions are going to burn through this base here. Really, really, really well played action, especially from RevRay in this top lane, getting an incredible lead so early on. Was able to win them this game, and there we are. We're going to see the Nexus falling down.
Game number 1 of the City League's inaugural League of Legends season does go to SPT, as the Thessaloniki-based team will be able to take the first game in our League of Legends season.
You know, that was a very exciting game. We saw a lot of plays, and it almost looked like, you know, the side of the Lions were going to make it back, but Thessaloniki really powering through, and RevRay showing off so much talent, and especially that's what we expect from these challenger players. That's what we expect these incredible players to do, and they've really shown it off, and they have performed immaculately, and really, really well played to every single person on the side of Thessal.
Really well played as well to the Lions, who made that game close long after I thought it was over. That does, of course, end our first game of the night. Before we move on to our second series with Engage Aberdeen facing off against Hub Valence, let's go ahead and briefly wrap up that last series. You were putting a lot of emphasis up towards RevRay in that top lane. He closed the game 13-2-2. That's insane.
Yeah, especially having 266 CS in a 27-minute game while also being able to pick up 15 kills worth of participation. It's incredible. Like, how one player can go around the map. Because we see, you know, Pikayon was 2 kills less when it comes to the kill participation. Only participated in 3 kills. Sorry, in 13 kills, not 3. And had 220 now, when River was getting more kills, was doing more around the map, and still keeping up further on minions. RevRay, like I was saying before the game, a lot of the, you know, pressure was going to be on this top lane, and it really did, change the tide of the game. And RevRay ending with more kills than, also almost the same amount of kills than the entire Lions got altogether.
1 kill behind. The bright spot for the Lions came from that bottom lane Lucian from Kassai Yao. That does wrap up our first game of the evening, though we have 3 more still to go. In a moment, we return with Engage Aberdeen versus Hub Valence. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 10 minutes, top of the hour, with the next game of the City League's League of Legends season. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the City League. My name's TJ, joined again by Miwa. That's the wrong side. He's that side. I got it. We're fine. It is game number 2 of our evening today. Of course, we still have 3 more to go. Right now, we're starting off with Engage Aberdeen against Hub Valence. We'll move on to the Alphen Rhinos versus Antwerp Lions as our first game of Group B. And then we'll head into Swordfish Banja Luka versus Reload Prague. But first, our final game of Group A.
This is the game I was looking forward to. This is the game I wanted to host. Engage Aberdeen, if you weren't here from the beginning, is a UK-based team, all the players being up in Scotland. It's something, like I was mentioning earlier, that we don't see as much of UK players being in high-level play. But I'm looking forward to this game. I think that... What?
You don't see as much of the UK players being in high-level play.
Yeah, we're just not there. We're really just not there, honestly.
All right.
It's kind of true, to be fair.
I'm not going to examine that statement too hard.
I look at the team, like LEC teams, and I'm going to be honest. If you look at the LEC teams, I think we can find like 2 players from the UK. 2, I think, like they're on Misfits as well. But yeah, there's just not enough of us. We need more. I think we need to be representing more.
Send your UK-based hate mail to Miwa over at cityleague.gg on Twitter. You can also join in the conversation using the hashtag TCL and tell us why the UK teams are much better than he gives them credit for. If you'd like to view the full schedule for the season, including the next few days' games, you can find that over at cityleague.gg, the website. Please do also consider following our Twitch channel. Let's head into the game, though. You mentioned that you were very excited for this team because it was a UK team, but I'm really excited for these 2 teams because they're the 2 teams that actually have a 5-man consistent roster, whereas we have, I think, the 2 teams, Antwerp and Alphen Rhinos, have the 2 largest rosters in the City League. They're like massive.
I'm just gonna have a look at that now. Ooh, that's how
massive.
Many players is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different players, and one of them is called Belle Delphine.
You're not wrong.
Interesting. I'm not against it, honestly.
The main point is, I feel like it speaks something to how well organized you are if you have exactly the 5 that are expected to play in game.
Oh, yeah, that, or it says much about how much free time your players have. Maybe actually,
you have fewer players that can get in.
No, I'm talking about fewer players that maybe have a lot of free time on their hands, and maybe the big teams are because not all of them can consistently play. I don't know, something of those lines.
There's a peek into Hub Valence there. Oh, and a French League of Legends client, if you ever wondered what that looks like.
It's all blue in there. Realistically, is like with I think obviously what's happened recently on the news, I'm sure these players will be playing at a disadvantage because of what's been happening in Paris at the moment. If you've been keeping up with that, it's all over the internet.
Wait, did she just bring the Cathedral of Notre Dame into... What? I think their gameplay is going to be hot fire. Just like the Cathedral, where apparently everything survived, which was really nice. We are stalling out a bit as we get the lobby full. All the players are currently sitting in spectator slots, which means I can't join. So,
oh no, you can join. You go to join custom on play game, and then you know the password.
But I'm being told. No, you should not. I'm being told that the lobby is full, though, which is where the problem is arising.
So there should be a spectate button, I believe. Perhaps.
Well, I'll sort it out on my own time. Which means I think we need to draw the focus back over towards the players. I'm in! But
that was like you
I wanted to draw the focus. I didn't think I was going to get him. I was freaking out because, like, last game, it was so easy. I just clicked on it and I was in. This game had, like, 16 tries and it kept telling me it was full. And I could see that it wasn't full. League of Legends could see that it wasn't full. It was like when your friends are all going out and they don't invite you, and then you run into them and you're like, oh, why didn't you invite me? And they're like, oh, but our car was full. And the car's not full. And you can see that with your eyes, but they're lying to your face.
So you're saying Riot Games are your friends?
No. I thought they were my friends, but it turns out they were lying to me. We do have the full lobby in. It will be the Engage Aberdeen side over on the left, the blue side. Red being picked up by Hub Valence.
Yeah, you know, Hub Valence, the French versus the British. Will we be seeing an FF at 15?
That's a callback.
That's a bold statement.
I'm not sure we can hype that rivalry. We should be getting into the pick ban shortly. Let's go ahead and reference the last game. We saw a whole bunch of kind of comfort bans come through, targets on things that are just annoying or irritating. And then we moved over to a hyper-modern, hyper-meta pick ban that all made perfect sense. So I'm excited to see if that continues as a pattern, or if we, as I think we will, gradually drift towards more and more serious picking and banning. Because you may start this league thinking you can mess around, but I guarantee you, once the teams get competitive, they're going to take this far too seriously.
Yeah, I think that the team's going to be diving into the meta, actually, as soon as they realize what's strong. Because I find a lot of leagues actually introduce their own little meta in what's good and what's bad, about what the players are good against, what the players are bad against. And, you know, I think we're going to start seeing this evolve over the next couple of weeks. And, you know, like you said, I'm looking forward to it as well, actually. You know, it's going to be interesting to see how these teams perform. From what we've seen from Thessal in the last game, I'm just saying Group A looks like a little bit of a difficult one. Just saying.
Yeah. Group A looks spicy. This is, of course, our final game of Group A. I'll touch on the format briefly. We do have 4 teams in each group. Over the next 3 weeks, they'll play that group stage. Then we'll move into the entire regular season playoffs with the top 2 teams from each group going. We're most of the way through our pick ban phase now. We will be getting it up on the screen shortly. The bans did come through, focusing in on Yasuo, Jarvan, and Draven over for Engage Aberdeen. Opposing them, it was
not Jarvan. Jarvan to the other side.
Jarvan banned out, opposing them, with Kai'Sa and Morgana joining them.
It was Jace, Draven, Yasuo.
I got him. It's all right. We're fine.
I trust you. We are also seeing some picks come out as well. We're going to try and get them up on your screens for you in a second, but the picks being... I'm going to have to really go through this. So Valence picking up Thresh, Vladimir, and the Zac, and on the side of the Engage Aberdeen.
Valence. Oh,
and I've already said Valence. Valence was Thresh, Vladimir, and Zac, and on the side of Aberdeen was Skarner, Varus, and Xerath, with Rihanna being banned out. I think, you know, not as meta picks this game. Meta bans, not really as much meta picks though. Skarner is something we don't see often in competitive play, but we do see it a bit because of that game-changing ultimate. And, you know, Varus isn't generally a pick that we see much at the moment at all, so that's quite an interesting one. Xerath being something that we really don't see. It's more of a comfort pick. It's quite good in solo queue though. Thresh, a pick we see a lot. Really, really popular champion, really, really strong, almost every single patch almost. Vladimir...
I'm a Thresh, man.
Same.
Play a lot of Thresh.
Same. But, like, Vladimir, really, really strong pick. That's a very competitive pick, you know. It's really, really nice. And Zac, just being a pretty standard pick, honestly. It's a pretty nice pick.
Impure fool.
The second phase of bans does come through. You can see them now on the screen. Jaina, Alistair, the support focus coming out. Opposing them, it'll be Riven and Vayne. Focus on the top and bottom lane, respectively. I don't think that's focus. That's split attention.
Yeah, Valence must have seen that's the last game to banning out Vayne and Riven this game. Actually, Valence, Aberdeen, sorry, banning out. Yeah, but Caitlyn being picked out against Varus, pretty standard actually. We're going to see a very long-ranged bot lane this game. 2 Qs being able to fire halfway across the lane. It's going to be interesting, but we are potentially also going to see the picks now. We are seeing Aberdeen have a player with C9 in their name. So, is this Cloud9 Aberdeen?
Nah, it's actually Cupcake 9. Slightly different.
Okay.
Poor Bambi, by the way, sitting here at the final pick for his team. The man plays support, and they've all been banned. I'm looking for maybe you pull out a Braum, maybe something a little bit more out of meta.
Nami being quite a nice pick, actually. You know, following the meta, Nami's really strong at the moment. Really strong at the moment. We're seeing her everywhere. She's such a solid pick. And you know, she does a lot of damage, she does a lot of healing, she has like a lot of utility in general, but just an all-around good support. Picking it into a Thresh Caitlyn, though, is a little bit rough. Thresh can punish Navi's squishiness in the early game, which means, and with Caitlyn's headshot, can actually deal enough damage to probably be able to force the Nami out of lane very early on. So I think quite an even bot lane, definitely. We are seeing Zac and Skarner in the jungle, Olaf Aurelia in the top lane, and Xerath versus Vladimir in the mid lane.
I've been watching a fair amount of LPL games recently, so I'm a little bit addicted to good Vladimir play. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
The damage a good Vladimir can work up in the side lane is terrifying.
Yeah, Vladimir can really just blow up a team comp sometimes with that E. I've seen those late game Vladimirs that get so much gold that they end up selling everything and just getting their Sorcerer's Shoes, Rabadons, and then 4 Spellbinders, and just jumping into your team, letting go of that E, and then just watching the world burn.
Any character with absurd lifesteal is always a little bit terrifying. When you're able to, like, double down on it, it's terrifying-er. Terrifying-ist.
Terrifying. That's definitely a word, you know?
I get paid to say words. You could say I'm good at wording.
My skill is being a worder, I'll have you know. But we are seeing, like I was touched on the Namus. Actually, no, I'm going to call it it's not Varus Nami, it's Namus bot lane. And we're also versus the Caitlyn Thresh in the bot lane. I think that it's going to be quite even, actually. Varus doing a lot of damage as well as Caitlyn, and Nami being able to dish out a good amount of healing, and Thresh having the better engage. So I think it's going to be quite an even. But thing is with this bot lane, we're either going to see nothing or we're going to see everything. You know, there's no in between there. We're either going to see a super safe bot or we're going to see a very heavy engaged bot. Kind of excited to see what happens there, because if it is a heavy engaged bot, this could be really interesting. Having 2 engaged sort of tanky junglers being able to just jump in, yank one person, or for Zac, yank potentially 5 people, pull them away, and it's going to be quite interesting. Xerath Vladimir, I think, is going to be quite safe. Vladimir just farming up with his Qs, Xerath just trying to stay at range, and Olaf Aurelia, I think, again, we're probably going to see a moderately engaged heavy top lane. Both of them probably want to go for these early trades. Olaf being really strong ever since the Conqueror changes.
Mm-hmm. I think the power of the late game from both these teams is a little bit scary, but I'm going to draw the attention over to the jungle matchup if we can, because Zac facing off against Skarner isn't a matchup I've seen a whole lot in pro play, and I'm curious how you feel it'll go.
Well, we don't see either of them that much when it comes to professional play, but they're quite good jungles when it does come to organized play. All sort of CC-based champions are better in organized play because you can choose when that CC is put down a lot of the time. And Zac versus Skarner in particular, Skarner definitely wins the early game skirmishes between the two, but I think when it comes to the team fights later on, I think Zac might be able to subdue Skarner just a little bit, having a little bit more CC, even though Skarner can pick somebody off, such as the Caitlyn, with the ultimate.
This is, of course, our second game that we'll be getting into shortly, and I'd like to draw your attention back over to cityleague.gg, which is actually one of the websites I was opening on all my different monitors. I have 3 of them, not to boast.
Wow.
And if you go there and you head on over, you can see the current standings and the schedule for the next few weeks. I'd like you to do that, not just because it's a beautiful website full of beautiful faces, but also because we'll get our first chance after this game to see how a group's stacking up. This will close the results for Group A in day number 1. And we'll have our first 2 teams up at the top. Then we'll move on over to group number B, as letter B. As a reminder, of course, the top 2 teams from each group go on to playoffs.
Yeah, and also you were talking about having 3 monitors, not to boast. Well, how about 3 monitors and a TV, one of the monitors of which only works 50% of the time?
You're dead to me. 3.5 monitors is too much. You've gotten too far.
He's reached another astral plane.
Do you have a vertical monitor, like portrait mode? Or is that just me?
You have a portrait monitor?
Oh yeah, I do. Because I can put like 4 chats and some notes all on top of each other. It's pretty good. We're into game number 2 of the City League inaugural League of Legends season. We'll be kicking things off, of course, between the I want to say the 2 most exciting teams for you. France and Britain, the historic rivalry, Engage Aberdeen facing off against Hub Valence. And so far, Engage Aberdeen will sit tight inside the jungle. They're chilling.
They're just doing their thing, though, aren't they? You know, doing the usual stuff as it is. And, you know, like, this game actually, I think, is going to be a lot more interesting, in my opinion, for, like when it comes to mid-game fights, because I think last game it was just we saw Riven stomp and that was really just it. At this point I'm really just rambling, but it's just I think the mid-game fights are going to be a lot more interesting. There's a lot more CC to be involved.
I call this strat, if you're curious, a murder bush.
The murder bush strategy. That is, I think, my favorite kind of strategy is the murder bush. Never heard before.
Been boosted up in order to grab that initial golem. All of laning will resume as normal. No invades coming through yet in the City League. Nobody risking everything for the biscuit in the first few moments of the game. Which is a little bit sad, because once again I've been watching all the LPL games, and like, that gets wild in the first 2 minutes.
I mean, yeah.
China doesn't care.
They're really like China and Korea are known for having the better in games than I would say the LEC and the LCS, because they're just. I'm gonna put it this way: I think that Korea, China, the people, the team, like they're really the superpowers, I guess you could say, of League of Legends. I think are a lot more confident than NA and EU. That's not a dig. I'm just saying that, you know, they don't have as much respect, I don't think, for the enemies as we do see in the EU and the NALCS.
I'd like to go ahead and highlight our top lane, though, because it was our main focus during the last game. Now we're Olaf into Aurelia here, and actually already seeing significant damage coming through from the Aurelia. Deep dive in and first blood secured. Nicely done by LoL1 as he picks up an opener.
Yeah, already a first blood going down, solo kill in the top lane. LoL1 we got some really nice ones there. We're going to put them in a position now where, well, realistically, are we going to see the same as top lane? The red side, the same as last game, where the red side top lane just dominating so hard that ended up carrying them through the game. We might actually be able to see this now.
Yep, full engage. Oh my god, LoL1, you've gotta stop. He's just spamming those blade surges, and they haven't yet figured out how to make him stop. They will now drop Kozin in, but he's instantly shut down, stunned out. And the Aurelia just keeps pushing forward.
He just keeps going. I mean, he's playing it quite well. He's going at the right times. And, you know, we did see Kozin then actually missing the...
Little bit of poke down in the bot lane. No reason to get too dicey. Shorter is tagged by the Ignite, but seemingly unconcerned by it, as Kuvang will just drift back.
Yeah, you know, these small engages are really what Thresh is kind of about. Whittling someone low enough with these small/big engages and getting them to the point where once they are low enough, they will just get blown up. And that's exactly what is wanted in the side of HV in this game here.
Yeah, keep knocking them low to the point where one good death sentence will pull them out, and there's the death sentence, a pull forward, a full engage with a knockback. Sean has gone. A nice pickup in the early game, 2 kills now already over the Valence.
Really nice to see, actually. Really, really nice to see. And something that was not as noticeable, but was still there, is that Cronky hit a on the trap where we actually saw QV putting the flay into the trap. Like, the trap from the flay was able to get enough damage and CC that getting a kill, and it had a synergy or really, really well played from Cronky. It's one of the two. But either way, really nice start.
Very nice start indeed, and you could see that flay being perfectly spaced as well. It was one of the better uses of a Thresh. Interrupt now the mid lane. Oh, things get dicey as the Zacapolis flies in. Victus is able to scare Clint Feed, but that's his name, and that's quite good. How does the mid lane?
Clint Feedwood. I quite like that. That's a good name. I like that a lot.
Very good.
Clint Fleetwood obviously being the reference. But in this top lane, bring attention to it, we've seen already like LoL1 picking up first blood is also almost 10 minions ahead, and is going to be winning these engages very, very convincingly, leaving it in a situation that, you know, someone like Sigundir might not be able to do much in its laning phase, which is what he wanted to do. He wanted to get these early fights once he hits like against the side of LoL1. Because Conquer being so strong on Olaf at the moment, but he's just not getting that, and I don't think he will be able to get this with help. Oh, he's good.
No, LoL1 keeps pushing forward. Now it's quite a good combo, but he's been caught out underneath the tower, and it will be a response. Finally, LoL1 shut down as he takes things a step too far. Goes for the flawless duet combo with Blade Surge underneath the tower, and is quite swiftly shut down.
Yeah, you know, I was just saying how the moment he hits level 6, he's still, like, that's what he wanted to do, was he engages when he's level 6, and just run at LoL1. And, you know, I honestly was thinking that at this point, LoL1 can play around it, and it can actually, like, you know, play it quite well and get away with it with the lead that LoL1 already had, but he just went for an engage. That's going to be hit level 6. It meant that he was able to just chase him down, and, you know, LoL1 didn't have anything to stop it or be able to get away.
Death sentence! Bot lane, things get dangerous as the flame pushes short out to get the aftershock. It's a beautiful combo! Another kill back over to Valence.
Yeah, really, really quite good actually. You know, like I was saying earlier with the sort of, it's either going to be all in or all out, and now we're seeing it 2-Bay with the all ins, hitting very nice death sentences. Shauna though, really not really performing very well. Getting hit by one of these death sentences is 30 CS behind, almost half the CS actually of Croaky and Croaky here. And it's not something you want to see, especially for the side of the UK team, you know. Putting EA
I think you're a bit biased.
You know, I don't think I'm that biased.
Several tower plates will be picked up by Valence. They'll go for a Cloud Drake as well. I don't think there's a solid chance at interrupting. I think Aberdeen are aware of what's happening, but there's very little they can do about it. They'll bring their players in and not full engage.
Oh, there we are, like I was saying earlier.
That's not bad at all, actually. The full pull. This gets dangerous. And already Gox is pulled out. There was a little bit of kidnap coming through from Victus. They're trying to drag players out of their comfort zone, but the only comfort zone that's broken is that of Valence as Aberdeen strike back. A kill in response.
Honestly, did not think that Cuvée and Victus were going to go in on that. I think they could have just let Iron Crocky die there because he was going to. Being dragged into 3 players, it wasn't going to end well, is all I'm saying. So I think at that point they could have just walked away instead of wasting the Thresh Flash to try and get away from that one, and also wasting Black away.
Yeah, beautiful appeal. Now the bot lane though, Sean is caught out again. This gets dangerous, especially as the box is spent. Abby moving tag low. Sean is the first to fall. The death sentence, oh my lord, closes trapped out as well. But an extra player now arrives. Player 4 has entered the battle, and it will need to be the Hemo play coming through. Abby turns back round. Another death sentence. It's a dicey one, but the fight should eventually go solidly over to the Valence side. Aberdeen do rotate in Clint Feedwood, but he's too late, making it a 4v3 in the bottom lane and a 7-3 in the kill feed as it's dominated once again by the Valence.
Victus is playing this really, really nicely. He's going for the right engages, he's going for like his picks, and he knows his champion well enough that he knows what his limitations are, and he's playing them very well. He's been able to set up all these fights. So far, got almost the most kill fast, especially on the team sides this bot lane because of the solo kills that have gone about. And you know what? Cuvée hitting so many death sentences, and Victor's hitting really nice engages. That could just be what Valence need to win this game. These really nice engages from both their engaged champions.
Cuvé's been blowing my mind so far. I literally have not seen him mess up yet, and every single team fight, it feels like he's played more than a minor role in winning.
Yeah, he's basically every fight that Cuvé's been in, he's hit basically every single death sentence. And that's more than you could ask for.
He's 1-0 and 5. 1-0 and 5 is his KDA.
Yeah, like, he's a good support, and from seeing already, I'm really excited to see him for the rest of the series.
Vanguard's Edge blown up top alongside the Blade Dance. Not really sure if LoL1 still thinks he can solo out Sigand here. I'd hope not. This doesn't seem likely. Oh, he does! He'll go back in, and that gets dangerous. He's got the damage. I speak too soon. Down bottom, there's another box blown, and another pick-off. And Shorter shut down. Cuvé's got his second kill of the game on Thresh.
The Ragnarok in the top lane isn't enough anymore. LoL1 can now actually out-auto attack, I think. The ultimate Ragnarok isn't doing enough for him. It's not stopping a stun at this point, but that's really just it. And we are going to see a tower 4 in the bot lane to the side of Crocky.
My mistake was overvaluing that Ragnarok, because I had seen it dominating the bottom lane. Then it came time for actually a full dive in. Flawless duets there, there's a stun, and there's no way LoL1 loses the fight. Now, they'll get that tower up top down to a single plate. Down bot, the tower did get picked up. A dominant gold lead and a dominant early game to Valence.
Yeah, Valence having a very dominant early game, and having this incredible play, Cuvée just being probably one of the best, actually, Threshers I've seen in a very long time in non-pro play. Just really showing off some incredible death sentence skills. We actually saw him go in the middle lane there, predicting that Feedwood would flash, but Feedwood would actually flash in quite a sporadic place. So it wasn't something that, it was really easy to predict. And, Cuvée actually really popping off this game.
And now he's got an opportunity. The death sentence will be spent just to interrupt this Rift Herald poke. The Rift Herald itself is quite low up top. That gets dangerous down bottom, though. LoL1's got another one. The flawless duet. It's beautiful. A stun up right inside the Vanguard's Edge. It's another kill over. Another Rift Herald over. And another point in this Hub Valen's side's favor as they look unstoppable. They'll get that bot tower as well.
Yeah, that top tower is just being depleted. The top towers might even fall down soon as well. You know, we are seeing the Rook go down to the mid lane. They're all over the place. Valen's just everywhere on the map, and LoL having such incredibly high skill right now.
Can they get him? They've got him cut out. 3 players on him. This should be too much. He turns round, spends the flawless duet from a stun, and just blade dances into the back lines. That's not worth it. It won't happen. He's just stalling for time, I think, as the Ocean Drake will be focused out by 2 players. Kuve's here alongside his Zac. They'll get that uncontested.
Yeah, you know, it's been an incredible early game. Almost, well, no, actually, about 8,000 gold ahead, and we're also still seeing in the top lane Croaky almost pushing that second tier tower, and almost second tier bot lane tower also being pushed by LoL. And I'd like to go back to earlier with LoL hitting a really nice, you know, ultimate followed by the stun was enough to get, like, it's really well timed, and he knows what he's doing, and he's playing so far advanced. He's already 2 steps ahead by the time the engage comes around. So, you know, that's how he's pulling away with this game, and he's going to continue to do it unless the side of EA do shut him down.
They gotta have more microtransactions than this.
I like that, that's good.
Kuve
Kuve
has looked unstoppable so far, though, and that's just winning all these fights.
Yeah, if we actually look at the vision for both sides, Kuve providing so much vision around the map and denying so much vision as well, that, you know, if we actually look at the vision score between supports, Kuve with 27 and only 20 for Bambi, you know, and only at 15 minutes into the game, having a 7 difference is incredible. Like, it's just going to really change the tide of this game.
LoL maybe caught out again. Kozin thinks he spotted one, but it's a beautiful flawless duet again to stun out the defending side. In mid lane, Kuve thought he found another opportunity, but his flay went a little bit wide. Him and Croaky will drift back. In the meantime, LoL goes all in. He's got Shauna. He's got the Vanguard dead. Should he want it, he'll have to decide whether or not it's worth it. As Kuve's caught out, he'll spend the box and flicker away. Sikandir stands between Kuve and safety, and he'll manage to shut him down. LoL, in the meantime, has chased Shauna all the way round, and that's a bridge too far. As finally, Engage Aberdeen do manage to shut down an attack. 2 players slain, and their path back into the game opens up.
You know, really, really nice, actually. And it's, like you're saying, the path into the game is exposed and going for a really bad engage on the backline, which ends up causing, like, the shutdown goal to go down. And, oh, Victor's jumping to the team there.
Oh yeah, all the way in, underneath the tower as well. He's entirely capable of turning the trap. He moves 3 players back underneath the tower. Now the Hemo playing combo. Full damage out from the rotate from the Vladimir. A double kill over to Inokia as he'll scare Shauna back. Here's LoL. I don't believe it. He's got another. You've got the Ragnarok just for the unstoppable. That'll be enough to ensure that the mid lane Sikandir can't survive, but he might be the only one to do so as Kozin slowed down in the jungle, and there are so many players rotating through. The entire Valent side is here. Kozin's exhausted. LoL will be here for the chase. There's no way for this little crap boy to escape. He will be shut down.
Rip the Scorpion indeed. And you know, a tower.
You're right. It is a Scorpion, not a crap. You're right.
But, you know, 11k gold lead and 5 tower lead, 2 dragons in the side of Valent, when realistically they've gone for the more late game comp. We're seeing these late game comps actually win this early game in both these games so far, which is quite interesting actually, because it's lasting with a quick effect.
Oh my god, don't do this to him! Shauna! No! How many times has that poor boy been caught out? It'll keep coming. Mid lane. Or rather bot lane, the tower itself gets threatened. I don't think Valens feel quite confident enough to go all the way in, dive a tower with 4 defenders. But they thought about it, and that should tell you enough.
The problem is, honestly, Shauna. Shauna has been the problem for EA so far in this game. Has really let them down in a lot of situations, gets caught out far too often, and has given so much gold to Lawan at this point. I think actually 4 of his deaths alone have been to Lawan, and the other 3 have actually been to the bot lane, Cuvée and Crocky. And it's just across the map given way too much of a lead, and it's just a big mistake overall. From like, I think the pick was just very poor. You don't want to pick a Varus into a comp that has so many ways to catch you out and shut you down. You know, he can just get caught out very easily. He doesn't have the ability to get away, and that's really what has been detrimental to the team this game.
They've also, feels like, been missing a tank. The one fight where they were able to bring their top laner, the Olaf, to bear as that kind of tank for the team was the fight they won down in the bot lane. Every fight after that, it's been so split up, and like you were just talking about, Shauna has been really easy to pick off right off the bat. If there's no one to stop a full dive, if there's no one to stop LoL from just 1v1ing Shauna in the backlines, there is no way to win the team fights.
Yeah, the thing is that as well as that, relying on Shauna to be a lot of this team fight, you know, as much as Xerath, it can be really useful. Really, it is centered a lot around Varus, and being so far behind, they can't team fight. They can't go for these objectives because Shauna is so far behind at this point. You know, like not even having a full item when Caitlyn's about to build a third is just atrocious at this point, and it's put them in a situation where they won't be able to fight probably for the next 20 minutes even. Like, even if both teams just kept on going even, and by that point, Vladimir's going to almost be full build, and the game's more or less going to be over.
We'll see if there's a path back into the game. What do you think it revolves around? How, in the perfect world, how do you start fighting your way back into this game if you're an Aberdeen fan?
Well, hope that this doesn't happen, actually.
Sigmund there, caught on, he'll spread Ragnarok, just will commit to the back of the fight, but you can see Bambi pulled back in as well, and he doesn't have the HP. They're both gone! The dive in from LoL to 1v1 Shauna well behind the tower. How on earth did this happen? He's underneath the base, he's underneath the Nexus towers, he doesn't care! He still gets the kill! What on earth is this? They're gonna pay for it! It's too much aggression, but Valence have lost all semblance of respect to that dive inside the base, and that will open things up for this Baron, but surely there are cleaner ways to distract the Aberdeen side.
So, with actually picking up 1,600 gold from just 2 kills is really big.
Like Clint Fedwood. Sorry, back over to you.
That hurt me. That hurt me on another level. But yeah, you know, it's giving it a lot of gold, and might be a little bit more for the early game, but the later this goes, the more that Vladimir and Caitlyn get ahead, and that's not what you want. But like we were saying about the perfect way for them to get back into the game would realistically be if they were to just sit there and like try and clear out these waves, maybe get out these jungle camps, and literally just hope they can pick these bounties, which they weren't able to do. They were able to slay 2 of the biggest bounties, which is really big, and get a lot of gold actually, and kind of what they wanted. So I think even though the Baron fell down the side of HB, really at the end of it, EA I think did gain from that more than they would have lost, because the Baron was going to go down to HP anyway, but picking up 1,600 worth of kills was even better.
Sentence goes and flushes in. He wants this fight, and we're not sure why. A full commit will come through a second sentence. Makes this don't take the top line. Cousins already gone. Short and Pappy's gone. Run is the half HP as Ian Upkick just keeps pushing. He'll shut down Shauna. That's a major pickup. Victus dives in. Clint Bedwood's the only hope, and he keeps running away. Now he's Clint Deadwood as a triple kill has been picked up by Croaky.
I'm really disappointed about how many puns you're coming up with Speedwood. But this looks like it will be the end of the game. Baron not coming down as well, but Baron is going to be enough to overpower these towers, and the team is able to push a 23-minute game for our second game tonight. It's going to be a very convincing win for Valence.
Oh my god! Out of the mountain! That's brutal! My god! Have some respect. They're doing it again. Save me. Don't do this to me. The full focus. They just keep doing it. He can't stop landing death sentences. Kube can't do it. Only the destruction of the Nexus will end his reign of terror. 26 kills to Hub Valence. My God, Miwa. That was dominant.
I'm not saying anything, but a 1 in 10 ADC only having literally at 20 minutes only a Bork. Like, come on, you've got to do better than that if you want to, get into this higher level of play. The UK team really letting me down. You know what? This is why we don't have pro players. Teachers, this is why we just lose at 23 minutes. But oh well.
The statistics pay off. That's all I'm saying. Let's take a look at the statistics out of that game. I'd like to highlight in particular the ending scoreline for Kuve. He ends that game 2-1-16, 1 death, 2 kills. Kind of alright support numbers. 16 assists. Yeah. What am I watching?
He's just done really, really well. And I've just had a look at the damage graphs, and my level of disappointment is high, but my level of surprise is low. Thresh dealing more damage than Varus that game, overall to champions. He actually dealt 6,000, Varus dealing 5,100 damage to champions. Not even that surprising, but it's just, considering the comp was very heavily geared towards Varus doing a lot of damage in those team fights, and the fact that every single member of Valence did more damage than him, that's not really what you want to see. And short of really letting down the side of EA.
I'd like to highlight the fact that it was that target calling though, because Shauna ends that game, like you said, with 10 deaths. And that, to me, sure is indicative of maybe Shauna overstepping his bounds a bit. Definitely, like I said, I felt like he didn't have a solid tank in that bot lane, which definitely hurt them because they decided to put Bambi over on a squishier support character. But it also is very indicative of how much emphasis was being put by the French side on shutting down that backline carry. Every single team fight, there was a dive, and Aberdeen could do nothing.
Yeah, I mean, they made this comp with 2 backliners as the main carries for team fight. And considering that the side of Valence had 5 ways to deal with them, Caitlyn having incredible range can reach the backline. Zach can jump onto the backline. Aurelia can jump on the line. Thresh can jump onto the backline. Vladimir can pull until he's at the backline. So it's just, relying on 2 backline carriers is not what you want against that team. And from what we've seen from Shauna, where Shauna couldn't leave the base without Loan coming out of a bush and just exploding with stuns and Qs and ultimates and everything. Yeah. It was just too much, and just badly drafted team comp against Valence. But Valence really convincingly showing off good communication and team play, which ended up winning them the game.
10 out of 10 for naming your mid laner.
Yeah.
5 out of 10 for everything else.
Yeah.
That will, of course, conclude Group 1 of the day. That's all of our Group A games complete, but don't go far. Our Group B games are still to come. Before that, though, we will be throwing to a quick break. If during the break you'd like to go ahead and view the currently updated standings in that Group A, where we do have our first 2 games logged, or you'd like to just view the schedule of games ahead today and throughout the rest of the day, you can head over to cityleague.gg. We're also, of course, keeping you up to date on our social media at cityleaguegg on Twitter and everything else. And I'd suggest you follow this Twitch stream. Don't go far. We'll be back with the remaining 2 games of our day. Group B kicks off with the Elfin Rhinos versus the second Antwerp Lions side in game number 3 of day number 1 after this.
especially when you're blind picking it into another support. Personally, I don't think it was a good pick. Like, because really, it can go very badly, because Blitzcrank's hook can be as good as it can be bad. You know, if Blitzcrank fires out his hook, tries to hit the Kai'Sa, and then hits the Skarner, well, let's just say Skarner doesn't need to find a way to get into your team because he's already there. So it's just one of those things where if he does hit Kai'Sa, it can be incredible. If he doesn't, it's gonna be really, really bad in that bot lane, or wherever the hook really is, honestly.
I actually only play Nautilus and Blitzcrank. Ask me anything.
Hold on. Say you're a threat. I feel like last game you said you were a threat.
Yeah, there's a pattern. I like obnoxious CC. I've always
like
have, but I always will.
You like pipe?
I do. The big boy hooks. The bans come through. They're a little bit more standard than I would have expected. Nico and Zoe in particular, very, very meta with the Sejuani and Callista removed opposing him. That means Dr. Mundo comes through. That's been a while in competitive play.
Yeah, I mean, I saw one actually the other week, but it was a one-off really, and we're seeing it again. I think it's mainly to just keep more pressure off the Kai'Sa, because Mundo being able to jump onto that back line can actually relieve a lot of pressure from the Kai'Sa and force the Malzahar to maybe actually use the ult elsewhere, but there's a Kha'Zix, which is going to be, again, probably used to try and take down that Kai'Sa. Like I said, it's with the Aura unlocking, that is very, very heavily based around keeping this Kai'Sa alive and thriving, but is very, extremely magic-based. Kai'Sa having a lot of magic damage, Morgana, Orianna, Skarner, and Dr. Mundo also all doing a lot of magic damage.
How do you feel? Okay, so we're done now. Congratulations, we've finished a draft. But also, congratulations, none of it makes meta sense. I think the more standard draft of the two has to be over on the Antwerp Lions side. Surely. Just because they can proudly say that they're running basically everything other than the Dr. Mundo, and everything other than the Dr. Mundo is seen regularly competitively. But there is exactly one, the Vladimir, over on the Alpha Rhinos side that is ever seen competitively.
Well, actually, we've been seeing recently in the LEC, Draven being picked and banned. It's
yeah,
one of
but
those
it's
things...
LEC.
Wow. Wow.
They have UK players, you know?
They don't. That's my point. They don't have the UK players. It's only Misfits. It's only Misfits that has UK players, and we've all seen how Misfits have been doing. So, you know, we need a UK player to shine. We need a UK player to shine. I'm owning my own team trying to get UK players to be good. So, hopefully that'll happen.
So, leaving your shilling aside, how does this composition work? How does this Rhinos
for which side?
Work?
Oh, for the Rhinos comp. So it looks very based on get rid of this set. This set is it. You know, Alpha and Rhinos is really just all eyes on that Kai'Sa, Kha'Zix, an assassin. Malzahar with one of the best lockdown abilities in the game. Draven, a lot of damage onto one single person, and Blitzcrank pulling out one person to just, you know, blow them up with the team. If this Kai'Sa is good, the game, like... Basically, if the side, you know, of Alpha and Rhinos are good enough to be able to pick away that Kai'Sa, really difficult for, you know, like them to not win a fight almost, if you know what I mean. Because at that point, a lot of the damage is gone. Orianna doesn't have a lot of consistent damage. You know, Morgana doesn't have an incredible amount of consistent damage. Only really Mundo does, but Mundo isn't really a damage carry. It's only Kai'Sa that they really have to worry about when it comes to these team fights. So they are just trying to lock down that Kai'Sa.
If you had to call a winner out of that, who would it be?
It's a skill matchup. It genuinely is a skill matchup. It's how much, you know, the Antwerp Lions can keep this Kai'Sa supported in comparison to how much can the Rhinos try and shut down this Kai'Sa, really. It's just how well they play it. When to go in is going to be pivotal this game. Really, especially for the Rhinos, when to go in is going to be huge. If they go in when the Kai'Sa is heavily protected, they will lose the fight. But if they go in when the Kai'Sa is slightly out of position, that means the Lions are at a significant disadvantage from the very start of the fight. Kai'Sa's instinct can get her to survive a little bit longer and to get to a different part of the team, but isn't enough to save 4 incredibly good lockdown characters from just jumping straight onto her. Obviously, was going to have to pay the QSS tax because of Malzahar. Malzahar being able to lock somebody down with the ultimate being a very big, so QSS is going to be forced to be bought on Kai'Sa probably quite early, as well as a Guardian Angel towards the end as well. So yeah, definitely a skill matchup.
The Rhinos having a good time, perhaps enjoying their comp. Is that really the only camera we have on them?
The camera? What player even is that?
I don't think they know it's there because it's like behind a monitor too.
I think it does. I think that he's just been told. That's why he's sort of covering his face and laughing. But what player is this? I'm interested to know what player this is.
Chat, help us. Who's that?
I can't read chat, so you're going to have to help me out on this one.
I can see chat. Tell me. We'll find out. We're into game number 1 of group letter B, which is the second group, if you're curious, of 2. The top 2 teams from these groups will go on to the playoffs after a 3-week regular season, and I can't wait for that. Let's kick things off, though, for Group B, with the Alphen Rhinos facing off against the second team for the Antwerp Lions. Their team number 1 had a rough game versus SPT at the very beginning of this day. We'll have to see whether or not maybe a little bit of revenge can come through, because that number 1 team didn't look awful. They certainly were in that game. They just couldn't stay in it.
And also something that's worth mentioning, we were talking about the elos of both teams. And the Antwerp Lions, they do have a very high elo team in comparison to the Rhinos. And, it could be the end, because as much as we're talking about the comps and how it's a skill-based matchup, since it is a skill-based matchup, and since one team is diamond, one team is gold and plat,
You're arguing they have more skill.
I mean, they're diamond players. In comparison to gold players and platinum players, I'm going to be honest, as much as I say a lot of the time, ranked doesn't matter because of synergy.
All right.
In this situation, I think it really does matter, because, I'm going to be honest with you, Chief. I've
this ain't it.
Team again. This ain't it, Chief. I've been in this gold platinum team position before, where we're up against a team of diamonds, and this really ain't it, Chief. It could end. Diamond players, it's there's a big jump between plat and diamond. A really big jump between plat and diamond, which is why they've actually made a restriction, right? Certain platinum players can't queue a certain diamond, but gold can play with silver or plat. Silver can play with bronze or gold. But Platinum 4 can't play with Diamond. Diamond 4 can only play with Plat 3, and it's it's really confusing, but it's just because the skill level difference between these two elos are so large that it's just too much.
Apparently the player that we have a firm highlight on the Rhinos side is Belle Delphine.
Oh wow, the infamous.
I just thought you'd appreciate that knowledge. You can actually follow him on Instagram, and I'd suggest you do. Let's talk lane matchups.
Don't look up Belle Delphine on Instagram. That's not the one. That's not the one we're looking for.
It's just cute photos of that guy. Let's talk about lane matchups. Up top, we do have, of course, Vladimir into Dr. Mundo, purely for the sake of how unique it is. I'd love it if you could explain to me how you think that's going to turn out.
Well, I think it's going to be a relatively safe lane. I think, if anything, Mundo might engage once he's level 6, but pre-6 is probably just going to be a farm lane with maybe a little bit of poke, potentially. But other than that, I don't think we're going to see much else. Yeah, it's going to be pretty boring until level 6, really.
I think the most terrifying thing is what that Dr. Mundo can do should he get, hyper late. Fed Dr. Mundo is just unkillable. He just, walks at you and you die.
I mean, yeah, he's tanky enough to just be able to pop his ultimate and just run at you, throwing cleavers and having little fireballs spin around him. That's what I've never got about Dr. Mundo. You know, he's pretty normal. You know, he injects himself to gain health. Oh, but yeah, he injects himself to gain health with his ultimate. He throws cleavers, but then he just gets these fireballs surrounding him.
Yeah, and that doesn't really fit with everything else. Right now, he's on fire. The Ignite will be spent. He's forced to fall back behind tower, spends a recall. The Kazakhs of Beldelphine did come through.
That wasn't an Ignite, actually. That was the red buff from Beldelphine's side on the red side.
I was just excited to make the pun. I didn't think it through. He doesn't.
It's still fire. It's still fire. It's fine. It's fine.
Thanks.
You can still make the fire blower.
There's a leaf blower. Yeah. I'll be right back.
Is it a leaf blower shooting fire by chance? But potentially.
I hope not. Ace Kid will be caught up. Oh my god! The Flash Dr. Mundo! He's got a kill up top, Vitan with first blood.
Yeah, I mean, it's really an incredible start. I really didn't think he was going to go for it. Ace Kid could have played that a lot safer. Like, you know, Ace Kid, he has Q, he has W, so he has a way to heal, he has a way to just disappear from the map, he has a way to slow, but he still dies to a Dr. Mundo at level 4. So that's really just a big misplay, you know. He doesn't know the champion well enough, I don't think. Or we are potentially seeing a gank in this bot lane.
Maybe things get dangerous for Beldelphine as they're caught out. Oh my god, the flash into the Dragon Pen! That might have just saved him. The rest of the team engages down bottom. There will be a long-range Void Seeker to connect, and Beldelphine does fall. Nicely done.
I guess you could say Beldelphine got dominated. Okay, I'm
no, we're not making that joke. No.
But yeah, there's 2 kills going down now to the side of Adpop Lions, and maybe trying to get redemption for their first team actually losing the game against Pestle. Yeah, it was Pestle in the first of Group A, potentially getting their redemption.
Potentially. Focus comes through. This would be, of course, like you said, redemption for their first team. That would be kind of funny, because they're Antwerp Lions too. They're the second bad team. And yet, if they can perform better than the #1 team, surely there's a little bit of rivalry there.
Yeah, you know, to be fair, the elos between the 2 teams are actually very similar. I do think they probably scrim against each other, like, you know, for practice, because they should be quite evenly matched by elo, but, you know, maybe there is a small hidden reason behind the scenes why Antwerp Lions won. Is maybe they've been playing as a team for longer, who knows?
They should be Antwerp Dogs, because they're the second team, as opposed to both being Antwerp Lions. Like when Snoop Dogg turned from Snoop Dogg to Snoop Lion. Remember that?
I actually don't, but it just sounds funny.
No, he did
like that
for a while. Snoop Lion.
Snoop Lion. I like that more than Snoop Dogg, actually.
He didn't. He went back to Snoop Dogg for branding reasons. Top lane. Mundo's still doing alright. Vitan winning his lane, I would argue, with that opening kill.
Yeah, definitely. The Dark Steel actually being bought for Ace Kid. Kind of confusing. Want to go that we go down Beldelphine.
Yeah, Kabuter, he's back for round 2. There's the blast code, double engage. Nicely done as Lane Snow picks up another kill onto the opposing jungler. That time it was the Dark Binding to find the blow.
Yeah, Beldelphine's been caught out twice now, and they're losing the dragon because of it. This isn't the kind of Beldelphine I was expecting, honestly, but in more than one way. And it's just, I kind of want to go back to his face cam. I want to see the slight disappointment.
You can see it. He's at the bottom of the screen, and he's not looking happy.
Oh yeah, I forgot they're at the bottom of the screen, aren't they? Yeah, he's looking a little bit upset. I think he knows that being caught out twice and losing the dragon only 7 minutes into the game is definitely not the start they wanted.
No, I should think they're a little bit upset by that. A little bit of pressure towards mid, as well as the bot lane coming through from Antwerp, as they want to be able to double down.
Yeah, you know, this bot lane for Antwerp want to try and pick up more kills. like they've got the Kaiser, which is, and I think they should try and get Kabauta. I'm just gonna say Kabauta to get them down there and maybe try and pick up a few more kills for the Kaiser, considering how much of a crutch this Kaiser is for the team.
I'm surviving a leaf blower, so bear with me. Pressure does come through.
Ooh.
Yeah, Dark Binding spent, danger down in the bot lane. The Blitzcrank will have to play safe.
But also, the Blitzcrank also hit a very good hook there, which could have been like really changing for this lane actually. The lead because I would have gotten a flash, or if not a flash, a kill, because the Scar didn't have the flash up, so it probably would have been a kill down to the side of, you know, the Rhinos here. But oh well, we didn't see a kill. As upsetting as it is, I want this Draven to get fed, because fed Dravens are funny to watch, watching a single act just knock somebody over. So yeah, I'm interested to see how the bot lane goes, you know, because heavily right now it's favored towards the Lions, but I think the Browns can bring back net.
I feel like your analysis is a little bit skewed by what you want to see look good, as opposed to, you know, which should actually be working.
Oh no, what hasn't working is the Kaiser now, but you know, I want to see Draven.
Alright.
That's the time.
My god, Vitan, stop. Dr. Mundo, he's gonna get that kill. Don't cut away. Don't doubt him. Oh, he doesn't get the kill. Scared back in the top lane.
No, the Vladimir's superpower do, giving him the extra heal and force the Vitan to put him back off there, because if he did go for the tower dive, Ace Kid was just going to heal up for far too much, and it was going to be too much for Vitan to be able to deal with, so it was smart for him to back off. But Belle Delphine,
I'm having to, mute myself around the leaf blower, but I'm good now. I think the leaf blower is gone. I scared him away. Belle Delphine did get poked out up top, scared away. Belle didn't go down, but control near that major objective has been pretty thoroughly denied.
you should get that Terminator from earlier to go and take out that leaf blower.
I can't make my internet issues chase away my leaf blower issues. Oh my god, Vitan! Stop it! Dr. Mundo cannot be made better! And you've gotta stop trying because it's working!
You can't do it. I don't want another Dr. Mundo meta. The last one was awful. I couldn't play have fun at the same time.
I think you mean glorious, brother! Full focus comes through down at the bot lane. This Morgana and Kai'Sa duo you were talking up has been working so powerfully. And, oh no, things are getting dangerous. Kabuto keeps pushing forward. Belle's there on the flank, but Kayron's here as well. It'll be a 2v2 poke battle. Neither side full invest, but Antwerp are successfully able to push up the tower and take a play.
Yeah, you know, the play's actually quite useful. A really nice flash from Gold Rush Baby to be able to dodge that Kayron shockwave, because the shockwave can be incredible. It can do so much damage. It's incredible. And a really nice flash to be able to get away from it, but he's behind over 20 CS at 11 minutes. This is happening in almost every single lane, and it's really not looking good because they're almost 3k gold behind already.
Up top, Vitan just picks up the tower plate, walks away. He's taking the bowls too. Kid'll try and chase. He'll turn the fight. This gets actually very dangerous. The emo play will be spent, but it does not matter. Another flash slam dunk in the top lane for Dr. Mundo.
Hold on, Vitan's actually insane. Like, Vitan,
yeah,
honestly, like, he played that so well. There's like 4 million IQ that went into that play right now. Like, first of all, he got him lower. He baited him into a really nice fight for him, and then
lane slow does land the stun up, the slow down, will spend the stopwatch just going into gold, and that buys the time. Spingle arrives, does the damage. The TP will come through the top laner, has no run, but Kid needs to get out of there real fast, as there's no way to win this fight. Now, 4 members of Antwerp are on hand, and what do you know? An Infernal Drake just arrived.
yeah, I mean, you know, that was just kind of a poor play to go in there by Belle Delphine. Like, kind of forced the fight way too much, picking up the 3rd death of the game. And you know, it's really not what he wants. He's got to be careful about this. He's Kha'Zix, he's behind, he cannot fight. He really is at a situation now where he's so far behind, he's not going to come back into this game unless he gets really lucky. And taking these fights is not how you do it. And it's just going to end up, putting him in such a bad spot, and he's just going to get worse and worse. Only being level 6, or only just turning level 7 actually. When Scar has been level 8 for a little bit now, like he's so far behind.
Yeah, it's not going to get any better either. I think you can start seriously worrying if you're relying on that Kha'Zix to carry you.
Exactly, considering he's one of the ways that they need to kill off, Kai'Sa. It's not going to be enough, and it's probably like because Malzahar's there, and because the thing is that Ace Kid and Belle Delphine are so far behind that they're not going to do enough damage to the Kai'Sa to be able to really be considered that much of an issue. So it's really just going to be Gold Rush maybe on Malzahar and the Meister on Draven to actually be able to do the damage. Will that actually be enough though?
A little bit of poke-up stuff does come through. The Blitzcrank bolt does land down bottom. Oh, this gets dangerous. Nice flash over the wall. Legs, though, will land the stun up as well, but there's a chase there. Megameister does turn the fight around. It'll be 1-1 at the end of the day. The Blitzcrank does fall in exchange from Morgana. I think that's alright, but it will keep going as Kabuter arrives. Oh my god, and Smeagol zooms in. A double kill to the Orianna turns the fight solidly in favour of Antwerp. They only get one, and it's still very dangerous for Kid down top.
Yeah, they're playing it really well. It really is showing the difference between level of play. Ace Kid is just getting outplayed by Vitam, the top lane. He
doesn't survive this. Watch
this.
Really my god! Dr. Mundo, you can't do it, but he doesn't care! He's taking out a prescription!
I like that, that's good.
Hey!
The thing is, though, they're just getting outplayed. They're literally losing because of skill. The communication isn't the issue, where they isn't the issue. Just getting outplayed mechanically and getting caught out just a little bit too much on the side of Delphine. But Ace Kid, he's not been playing it necessarily awfully. Like, he's been playing it okay and good, I would say, for the gold level of play. But this is Diamond. This is a competitive league. You can't be bringing gold level Vladimir plays into a league against diamonds. It's just not going to work, because even a Dr. Mundo is going to mess you up. And, like you said with the prescription for pain, it's only going to get worse and worse until it's going to be a very healthy dose.
What do you mean, only a Dr. Mundo? What do you mean, even a Dr. Mundo? We've been talking down to this top laner all game, and Vitam's had just about enough of it.
He's just an incredible player, honestly. He is just an incredible player. He knows the game very well. His mechanics are incredible. The engage before the top lane, being able to level everything out perfectly, and be able to get the flash Q while surrounded by minions, which he's using to actually the Vladimir was just really, really well played in the mid lane.
K-Tron? Oh, the dive! Flashed underneath the tower for the 1-1 trade. Not badly done at all, but Kabuter's still in trouble. Vitam's rotated through. Land the slow with the clear, and Apple commits the middle of the fight, doing so much AoE damage. Lacey should be the first to fall, and he is. Now Kabuter can recommit. The Vladimir's completely isolated, and they've got the Impale. Boom! There's Smeagol right in the middle of the fight, zooming in through across the map. Slam dunking down Belle Delphine. You can't hide behind the tower. It's 4 kills in mid.
4 kills at 15 minutes, almost getting an ace, being able to get 12 kills to 2. All the objectives so far, 2 towers, 2 dragons, and now going for Rico. It's like they're getting everything, and they're just going to continue to get everything as this game goes on.
Speaking of, just like that, it'll be a major pickup. This has been a Rift Herald, a 4-kill mid lane, a tower. What do you do?
Yeah, what really do you actually do in this situation? Honestly, like, they're being pulled away to the back, they're being pushed to their knees, and there's nothing they can do about it. Like, they've gone again, I'm just going to point this out. The comp centered mainly around this early to mid game, losing to a late game comp.
Oh my god, K-Tron, don't do that! It's disgusting! Later will arrive. Should be able to turn that, I think he does, but in mid it's an even trade. As the Kai'Sa Smeagol will roll through, and actually K-Tron didn't go down. He actually stands strong in the bot lane, and I think he's got more. Vitan will 100% get this kill. Dr. Mundo does not care about your towers, and that lesson has been taught time and time again. Kabooters here for Belle Delphine, who just simply doesn't have the mobility. Kayron will pick up the kill.
I think Belle Delphine is actually trolling at this point. You know, he went bot lane, and I'm surprised how he didn't kill Kayron. Because Kayron had, but Kayron had no flash and was like really low HP, and he just ran up next to her, just started dancing and then died. We just saw Blitzcrank sort of run up and dance and die. I think he's given up at this point.
He's looking distraught in the map. Oh my god, Smeagol, stop! He just killer instincts, zooms in again for another pickup. Here's the Rift Herald. This tower's gone. And so might be, based on your assessment, the game. A really dominant early game comes through for Antwerp, and they absolutely smash the Rhinos. Kayron caught out. That's not a bad start at all. The Impale does turn things back around to Warlord. Trade is completely acceptable. His Kabooter's low. There's the snap. Okay, this Belle Delphine leaps into the middle of the fight, but he can't get the kills. They'll need more time for that. They haven't found them. Not even the Dravenhold can secure it at long range as Vitan just waves through the fight. One kill after another, well past the tower, challenging by the inhibitor. Big Meister just stands strong. Belle Delphine's trying to kite Dr. Mundo through their Nexus towers. Little do they realize, it doesn't matter. Vitan doesn't care.
You know, Vitan he just is able to run through them. And you know what? That Blitzcrank hook was such an incredible setup and such a nice start, but it didn't go anywhere. Like it got really, really good. An incredible pick to be able to take out Kayron at the start of a fight. Like what? That's an incredible pick. And the thing is, though, is that they didn't follow up properly. They kept going, even though they saw Vitan going down. You know, when I'm one of those people, at the time 5-0, and you see him TPing. And you guys are, what, 1-5, 1-6, 1-4? You don't want to continue running after that. Just leave it. You've gotten a kill. You've gotten some shutdown goal. You're fine. You've won that engage, but you've just taken a worse one, and that's what's putting them behind.
Okay. Let's do what I do every game now. Let's talk about the dream world fantasy. What is the fairy tale world in which the Rhinos turn this round? How do they start?
They get a Blitzcrank hook every single time, take out everyone that has a bounty, and then just win the game by getting bounty gold from Blitzcrank hooks, and then once they're ahead...
Did he get away? Kid just got away from that. We're using the blast code. Hey, we're talking about miracles. That's not a bad one, although Dr. Mundo does approach. Uh-oh. Vitan? Toward the check? He's got it!
Godlike, and it's incredible how well he's actually pulled off the Dr. Mundo. Like, at first I was just thinking it was just gonna be a safe lane, but he played it aggressive and it worked. As confused I'm very happy.
Oh my god, the killer instinct. Smeagol just dashes over the entire fight and breaks in the damage from behind. The Impale landed, but it just did not matter. I don't know how you turn a fight like this, and neither it seems do the Rhinos as they're picked up one after the other. Gold Rush, you've just got to run. Flee for your life, run to the hills, and you just can't hide. Dr. Mundo again demonstrates his ophthalmology degree. 20/20 vision through the bushes. That's another tower to be picked up.
Yeah, I mean, they're just dominating the game. 3 kills to 26. I feel like at this point, they could just end if they wanted. They could literally go Baron, get the Baron, and just walk down mid at end game. A 10-0 Kaiser at 21 minutes, a 7-0 Mundo, a 7-2 Oriana, and both jungle and support being 1 kill and 10 assists. So much CS ahead every single place on the map. It's just, they can do whatever they want. They're literally 14k gold ahead. They can end this whenever they want. Like, it's already over in my opinion.
I appreciate that they now take an advantage of that, because you're talking about it being over, but they The Antwerp side played it safe, played it steady, didn't take any crazy risks. They take the most safe path to victory possible. In this case, now picking up the Baron.
Yeah, like, they pick the Baron. Like I said, they can just go for the Baron, just walk down mid with minions and just end the game. They don't need anything else. They don't need to go for any fancy Mundo going top, the rest of the team doing mid, or walk it down and end. Like, realistically at this point, Capalza can probably just 1v3 at this point, but instead he would be impaled.
He drags him into the whole team. You ever used Deliveroo?
Yeah, well actually my brother worked there actually.
Much like Deliveroo or Uber Eats, that was a made-to-order fast food meal. Delivered right to the door of the rest of his team.
It was freshly served insect.
Oh my god! Sure going, Vulnerable. It won't save you. Ace Kid's gone again. There's the tower. Focus down. 4 players on hand. It will fall in him nearby as well.
So, do you remember what I said about C9 Shauna in the other game that we casted last game?
Yeah.
Well, this is sort of a thing, except for Belle Delphine and for Ace Kid, you know what I mean?
Yeah. If you are the key damage source for the team, every time you fall, your team falls further behind. And look at how careful, slow, steady, and confident this is being played by Alpha Antwerp, as they do pick up literally every single tower, literally every single inhib, and now push forward at their leisure.
And you can actually see here... Ooh.
Stopwatch, force me spend. The grab did land, but it doesn't matter. The turnaround will come from just charges into the middle of the fight. 3 players around him. That number is swiftly falling. 1 player survives. It's Delphine diving back to the core. They too are gone. A complete team ace. A quadra kill for the Kaiser of Smeagol, who's had an incredible game, and they'll end it just as strong. The Nexus itself falling as the Antwerp Lions, team number 2, picks up revenge for their sister team at tops Group B.
A very devastating defeat for, you know, the Rhinos there, but 33 kills to 4. Like I said, it's the difference between gold and diamond players. You've seen it here as probably a very accurate representation of what the difference between low plat and diamond really is. Because it is just, like, they know the game better, they react to things faster, and the mechanics are just so much better. Like we saw in the Mundo top lane versus Ace Kid. It was just enough to really for them to be able to push, and win the game. And, you know, that's it. You know, if Lions able to take the first game of Group B.
Yeah, it was an incredibly strong showing for the second Lions team. As like you said, they look very good for this Group B. Our action is not over for the day. We will be back with the final game of Group B and the final game of Day 1. Swordfish for Vangeluka versus Reload Prague in a moment. Before that, I want to talk briefly about the end game stats for the series we did just watch. We talked an awful lot about that top lane Dr. Mundo, and I completely understand why. It was a lot of fun, but the vast majority of the kills went over to the mid lane Orianna and Smeagol picking up the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, you know, if you look at the damage graphs as well, the Mundo having the most damage at 18.8 thousand. We've seen Kai'Sa with 18.3 thousand and 16.7 for Orianna, the top 3 most damage dealers in the game. Accurate, yeah. Really, Vital and Mundo was able to just create enough pressure that he just got pressure and kills because he's Mundo, he's not going to die, and since he's so over-leveled and statted, he's just going to be able to wipe out your team. And on the backline, this Kai'Sa, since he's applying so much pressure, Kai'Sa could just freely attack the enemy. And, you know, the end game stats can show it off really easily there. Kai'Sa, 14 kills. Vitan, 7 kills. Orianna, 9 kills. It's incredible. And really, really well played, though, from the side of the Lions.
A very strong performance. We'll go to a quick break. we'll be back at the top of the hour with our final game of the night. That'll be again Swordfish Banjaluka versus Reload Prague. Don't go far. When we return, the final game of the City League for the evening. You can, of course, check the standings while we're out, and I'd encourage you to do so over at cityleague.gg. That's the website where you can see the standings, the schedule, the rules, etc. You can also follow us on Twitter at cityleaguegg, and, of course, on this very Twitch stream, twitch.tv/cityleague. Thanks so much for watching. We'll be back after this. It's the cities and the league. It's City League. My name is TJ, joined still by Miwa as we do continue today's games. We've one game left in League of Legends, day number 1 of week number 1. And it will, of course, be Swordfish Banjaluka versus Reload Prague.
Today, this game is our last game. Sadly, we've enjoyed every single game today, and this game is actually, elo-wise, quite a close game, and actually quite an important game as well, because really, this is what's going to finish what we're going to see already, the teams to look for. And so far, from I think every team that's won today is a team that we should be looking out for, because they've done very well in each of the games. And I want this game to live up to that standard of one team really does shine out. So we do get, next week's worth of games. Maybe one of those teams are playing against each other, and, it could be a really, really interesting game to watch. So I'm definitely looking forward to this game. And I've been told apparently there is actually a girl on cam for all you e-boys in the chat. And yeah, this is actually looking to be an interesting game.
I'm very excited, of course, because this is our final game of Group B. To recap on the seasonal format, we have 3 weeks of competitive play. Every week, everyone plays one game. At the end of those 3 weeks, the top 2 teams from Group A and the top 2 teams from Group B go on to playoffs to go head-to-head for the title of City League Season 1 champion. Right now, we're week number 1, day number 1, which means there are 2 teams tied at the top of both groups at the end of today.
So we are just having a nice little look-see over both of the teams here. Pretty standard setup. So I've actually been seeing some really nice setups across, all of the teams today. Like they've all been saying, like rather around a table or across a wall together with the PCs above them. Each of these teams looking pretty well organized. And I think, do these teams have jersey? Does this team have a jersey?
Oh my God. They're all wearing matching t-shirts.
That's incredible.
That's so cool. We should wear matching t-shirts.
We should. I'm literally wearing a completely white t-shirt. If you just have one of those lying around, just throw it on.
Can I do that? Nah, it's all in the wash, actually. I have a white dress shirt, but it's not ironed, so I'd look like an animal.
Okay, I see that. You would look like you've been through Rambo. Or was it Rambo?
I'd look uncivilized, and heaven knows we can't have that.
And League of Legends players are very civilized.
If you're a civilized gentleman like me, then you'll use Twitter. And if you do use Twitter, then you can find us at CityLeague.gg. That, of course, is our Twitter handle, but it's also our website. CityLeague.gg is where you can go to view the current standings, both groups, all the weeks to come, all the games to come on the schedule alongside rules and sign up for future seasons. So please do head on over there. I'd also heavily encourage you to follow this Twitch channel, should you be watching, as we have many more weeks of City League still to come. Both League of Legends and Counter-Strike will be broadcast here, so there's really no excuse not to follow it.
Yeah, and I really like that segue, actually, that you did to get into that. That was, I think, the cleanest segue I've ever seen to get into a little plug. I
am literally the master of segues, except for actual segues, because the one time I tried to ride one, I fell over and hurt myself quite badly. But anything that doesn't require physical coordination and instead requires mental coordination, I'm quite good at. And speaking of mental coordination, we're about to get into an intense game of League of Legends. We're just waiting on one of the teams to sort out some technical issues, so we may be here at this break screen for a hot moment.
Getting to the game, it's a little bit. This is actually ending quite late. We have to remember that if you aren't in the same time zones as these players, most of these players are in the CEST time zone, meaning currently for them, it is 10 o'clock. So, so these players might be getting tired because this game could hit 11 o'clock. And, I know for a lot of people, sometimes myself included, that is the cutoff point. And, at this point, I would want to be playing.
I always get bullied in esports because I had to go to bed at like 7.
7?
Are like, what's your problem?
I usually just like go to sleep at like a normal time of like 10-ish. And then I have like those friends that are just online on Discord, and you see them messaging her at 4 a.m. What are you doing? I was like, how do you wake up in the morning?
Don't you have like school tomorrow? How are you managing this?
Like,
Yeah.
how are you actually like functioning? Like, but I mean, yeah, these players. To be fair, these seem like the kind of League of Legends players that are up till 3 a.m. grinding up that solo queue.
Yeah, you gotta work hard at that in order to be playing at the level they are. Just to recap the day's games and the two groups, given that we do have this moment while the teams are solving a tech issue. Ooh, I like leaning sideways. Hey there, how you doing? We started off with Group A, where Hub Valence and SPT, of course, SP Thessaloniki, which I'm pretty sure I'm butchering, but I'm having a great time butchering it, topped the group with 1 win apiece. Antwerp Lions and Engage Aberdeen both fell down again. Group B, we started off a few moments ago with Antwerp Lions' second team topping the group by absolutely demolishing the Alphen Rhinos. Now we'll move into game number 2, Reload Prague facing off against Swordfish Banja Luka. Yes, another city name I'm confident that I'm butchering. They've all left.
Oh,
they all walked away.
No one's playing anymore. It's the end of the game. And that's so funny. Like we just look away for like 2 minutes, and we come back, and they're all just gone. It's silence.
Can't take your eyes off them for a second. They're all leaving too.
You just see like a spinning chair as one of them just like dashed off in the last second. Where have they gone? Actually, where have they gone? We're not going to have enough people to play a game. I think I might need to substitute in for one of the teams.
I can think of worse punishments for a team. I think we should just give them penalty points, knock a game rather than have to play one with you.
I'm okay at League. I mean, there's a reason why I'm a caster and not a player, but I'm okay at League. Well, I mean, one of them's back, and that's the gamer grill. But like,
I think it's just a case of they're standing up and walking around because the other team hasn't managed to connect any members yet. So they're like, why bother? We can walk around. We can chill.
I don't know if she's watching the stream, but she's looking into the camera, like dead on and like moving it around. I just think it's funny. Just like, I think it's funny, like watching these players just like look at the camera, like, oh yeah, there's people watching me through there. There we go.
The thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
That's all I got. I'm going to be curious, like we were setting things up, this will be the closest ranked match. We don't, of course, know the teams too well yet because this is the first season of City League or the first season of City League League of Legends, and all these players are new. So we kind of came into this with all our expectations set on their matchmaking ranks. So far, that's only steered us wrong once, and it was only slightly. This game, though, is pretty much dead even. I believe there is a slight edge over to Swordfish, but it is narrow.
Swordfish, I love that name. But, like we've seen a few interesting names across this. Like, we've seen Belle Delphine. We've seen, what was the other one? Wood, Clint, what was it? Clint Feedwood or something? Yeah, Clint. Yes. Yeah, Clint Feedwood, and I think there was a funny one in the first game as well, but I'm not sure if I remember that one. And now going into this game, will we be seeing any more funny names? Because, that has been some of the banter we've been getting from these games so far.
Well, all of the Swordfish, I had problems. I was prepping for this match, and like, I didn't speak Prague, and their player name is just like probably make great sense if you speak a language with Cyrillic, but I don't. So I am 100% confident I will butcher all of them. But that's why I'm here, very far away from where they could be upset. Send me hate mail on Twitter.
Also, someone's plugging their energy drink of Mega Tiger. I feel like that they put the camera there very much intentionally, just so we can casually get a bit of a snoop of their, I guess, sponsor or advertisement. But,
the issues, if you're curious, are Swordfish. They're currently resolving a client issue, and I can see them connecting to the lobby right now. So that presumably means that we will be underway shortly.
I have been in
This has
tournaments
been
before when the League of Legends servers have gone straight up down and not recoverable. And that is the worst feeling ever, just having to cut off a stream midway through because League of Legends servers just die on you, but it happens, it happens.
I'd like to, if I can, get a little bit personal. This has been my first League of Legends live cast. I, of course, was learning the game, picking it up, playing a few games myself, but I'd been planning on beginning to cast it as I'd casted other games and kind of learning it. And I sent in a message to the City League guys who I'd casted Counter-Strike for and said, hey, if you have any opportunities to cast League of Legends, I'd love to pick it up. The City League guys responded, hey, one of our casters couldn't make it today. Can you cast in 3 hours?
That was one of my friends actually that asked if you could co-cast, and then this morning I just woke up to like 5 Discord messages like code red, my entire block's electricity is going down tonight and I won't have internet. And I was just like, oh no. He was like, I'll try and find another caster. And I actually did see somebody follow the stream earlier called Kachka. Somebody that I recognized from the League I cast, and I saw it. Literally, I looked at the side. It was like someone's like following, and I was Kachka. I was like, wait, I know him. So if Kachka, you're still in the chat, hello, I know you. I've spoken to you. He's a cool guy.
But that was rather anticlimactic.
Yeah,
he's still in the chat. Hey, how are you doing?
I get shy around Kachka. He's my rival. He's my other play-by-play in the other league that I cast. I'm not gonna drop any names, so there isn't any free advertisement.
Wise, make them pay for that.
Yeah, you pay for the advertisement.
It does look like we have the full roster in for Prague. That's why they're all happy. And 3 of the 5 players have connected now for Swordfish.
Is that a rainbow keyboard?
It is.
That's amazing.
They've all got HyperX headphones too. They're like
everyone's running HyperX today. I think that's the same one.
I wonder if that's just because they sponsor like a few major esports teams. I used to have HyperX headphones, but they broke. No shade towards HyperX, sponsor me, but
no shade to HyperX, but please send me another headset.
I'm a keep explaining how my headset broke on increasingly large tournament broadcasts unless you send me a second headset. That's all I'm saying.
No, I like that. That's some quality blackmail right there.
They're sitting. They have a coach. Look at that. That kid's sitting behind them all, coaching them. And they have like 2 other guys hovering. They're not coaches. They just yell what they should be doing. They just backseat game. I like it.
I'm going to tweet at what is it? HyperX right now saying there's some shade being thrown in your direction.
Get off your phone. Get into the lobby. We're 2 players short over on the Swordfish side still as they attempt to get their last 2 players in, which, to be fair, means that this Prague player on her phone isn't actually costing us anything. And she has the same phone as me. 2 Samsung phones right there.
Hey. Hello, we're just talking about what the players' setups are at this point. Like the headphones they're wearing, the rainbow keyboards. And
also, you know what?
Why is that player so far outstretched? I feel like if she leans back just a tiny bit, that's just it. The computer's gonna fall down. Like, this is really triggering me, and it's like, it's just, I don't like it. I don't like it.
The wire stretching from the bottom of her headphones. You know, in broadcasting, and I noticed I was automatically doing this earlier today. In broadcasting, you're always supposed to have this wire from your headset behind you. And if you're on a full studio set, you'll get a clip that goes right here and locks it in. And I'm in my garage, so I don't really need to worry about it, but I noticed that I was like tucking it behind myself anyway, because just something about this looks a little bit messier. So you're always supposed to have it behind you.
I wish I could do that, but like it's way too short for me. It would end up pulling my microphone off the stand. Actually, maybe not. We'll find out midway through this game.
You did it! production value increased. This stream is so much more highly produced.
We've gone from level 1 to level 2, baby. Let's go. Woo! I'm still
apparently the players over on Swordfish can connect to any lobby but the one we're in, and they've restarted the computers 3 times now. So I assume we'll just make a new lobby and get this sorted relatively quickly.
I mean, you say relatively quickly, but after considering they've restarted a computer 3 times, I don't think that's going to be relatively fast.
Takes my computer longer than this break has been to restart, so
yes,
actually, they're doing pretty okay.
They're doing all right, actually, to be fair, though. Good job to them. They're putting in the dedication, but I don't see why they're restarting it 3 times because I don't know what's going to happen after the first one. It's like the same thing over and over again, but like trying to get a different outcome. I feel
you say that. No, I am going to side with them here because you say that like you've never restarted your computer like twice and something different's happened. That's definitely happened to me. I've had computer issues and I've restarted it, hasn't fixed it, and I've been all scared and frustrated. You hit that magic restart button again, and it works now. I've done that.
I've never had that problem before. Usually after the first restart, mine's just like completely fine. It's, I think what's the definition of like, I think it's like the definition of insanity or being psychopathic or something like that is doing the same thing but expecting a different outcome.
Einstein's definition of insanity, repeating the same action and expecting a different outcome.
Yeah. So
we have scrolling text now.
Swordfish Banjaluka is experiencing technical problems. One moment, please.
I'm not entirely convinced you can read. You had to like sound out those words there, but
just reading them as they came across the screen. Do you think we can get a happy face at the end of that rolling text? I want a happy face at the end of that.
Nobody could be happy after listening to you struggle through that sentence. It's definitely a hard feels bad, Ben.
Hey,
if we could get a scrolling text at the bottom of this one that says Reload Prague are not experiencing technical issues.
Oh, is there going to be a happy face? Is there going to be a happy face? Oh. Hello.
I can't drum roll. The wave. Oh, no smiley face.
Why isn't there a smiley face?
We didn't have the budget for it.
We didn't have the budget for colon open bracket.
Not enough. There wasn't enough money. We spent actually a lot on the wire that was long enough to go behind your shoulder. And we didn't have enough left over.
No. We stole the wire from this camera, from this type.
We stole the wire from Prague, and that's why that's so taut.
Yeah, straight up. That is a problem with HyperX, though, to be fair, though. Like, the wires are genuinely not that long. Like, if I...
dunking on HyperX now?
Hold on. I'll give a demonstration. I have to unplug myself for this, but like...
Oh my god, that is really
it's
short.
It's really not that long. Like it's like a meter.
My whole thing when I set up this room was I wanted to have enough space that I could stand up and do a standing broadcast, which I chose not to do today because I just got back from Australia, so I'm like doing all right.
Holy Leicester to Australia, like what have you been doing? What have you been? What?
Just one show. I came back from the Valor series, which is Arena of Valor, which I really shouldn't mention on a League of Legends broadcast because they have like a dicey relationship. But Arena of Valor is what happened when Tencent, the parent company of Riot Games, wanted to market League of Legends to China. They made a fully featured mobile version called Honor of Kings, which is basically slightly less complex than League of Legends, but it's still a 3-lane MOBA with over 200 characters and hundreds of items. It's like still a full PC game, and it's on mobile. And then they ported that to the West as Arena of Valor, and I was doing their Pro League. And I did the main season out of Leicester in the UK, and then we did the regional finals for the West in Australia, Sydney. Which was really fun, but shattered my sleep schedule.
I mean, yeah, going from the UK to Australia back to North America, I can imagine that just. Oh, maybe there's gonna be a smiley face. Come on.
You're really hung up on
Oh,
this, and I feel
hey,
like our
what a smiley
production team has sent you a strong message at this point. There will be no smiley faces.
I'm checking my Discord now. I've not received a smiley face like warning yet, so I'm gonna keep going on about the smiley face until we get it. Like, come
I
on.
think at this point you're pressing your luck.
No.
That's all I'm saying.
Yes!
There you go.
Yes!
Oh my god, I apologize for everything.
We got the smiley face.
All right. Well, it's not going to get any better than that. Let's go to a quick break, give Swordfish a moment to resolve their tech issues. When we return, we will get into the final game of the evening. Thank you so much for bearing with us. I do apologize for the egregious filling. We'll return in a moment with the final game of City League Day 1. The technical issues Swordfish are experiencing will be resolved shortly. Thanks so much for watching. We'll be right back.
Now, oh, 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 let it now.
us back to times when lives were similar and times that all seemed easier. Don't be afraid, I'll be the one to guide you through this endless maze. Don't look so sad, your crying eyes won't dry. You gotta drive with both headlights so we can see the world and we'll run away together like you. Like you. Like you. Come close to me, I'll whisper in your ear the things that we could be. I'll drown us in the purple drapes that you were clothed in. We could live like royalty. I'll sing to you like a radio that's held beneath your window. Don't look so sad, your crying eyes won't dry. You gotta drive with both headlights so we can see the world and we'll run away together like you. Take me away from home. Show me all the places I've never known. And we'll chase the night, race all of these broken dreams in flight. And we'll fly. We'll fly away, away, away. Yeah, we'll fly. I will fly. bound only by frozen memories, lost in time, racing all these broken dreams tonight, and we'll fly. We'll fly away, away, away. Yeah, we'll fly. I will fly.
Wait, we're back. TJ, we're back! It's online! The game's starting!
Oh,
We're in chat
welcome back to
select!
the City League. My name's TJ, joined by Mimo. We're up to our final game of the day. It is, of course, if you've been just joining us, Swordfish Luca facing off against Reload Prague. We apologize for the technical issues. It did take us a while, but we managed to negotiate with Riot, chokehold them into submission, and we're into game. We're into the draft. We're into the future.
Oh, this is a game that we've been waiting for a long time, longer than all the others, like quite a while. And you know, I'm gonna have to do a rather fast run through. I got Hefgrim, Corki, Caitlyn, Lulu versus Renekton, Jarvan, Orianna, Xayah, Galio. You can see the bans on the screen. Like interesting bans. I think Azir's one to really know. I didn't expect that to be banned or picked at all. And the first ban I've ever seen on Azir in competitive play in Season 9, because he's really been kind of weak this entire season. So I think it's probably just more of a preference ban, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, yeah, Fizz, again, probably a preference ban. Yeah, I think most of them have been comfort bans, honestly, but the picks have been quite meta, actually.
I'm very excited because I play most of the characters in this game. So even with my somewhat shaky League of Legends knowledge, I'm feeling good about this one. We're back in the meta, boys.
Yeah, I'm only feeling good about this one because we've been waiting an hour and 20 minutes for this game, because the last game ended early, so about an hour and 20 minutes we've been waiting for this game, maybe an hour and 15, which, you know, I've been really hard thinking. I didn't fall asleep once. No, I definitely didn't have a long toilet break.
I fell asleep. It was careful. And I don't even have the excuse. I'm in America. It's midday right now, 1:54. A little bit hungry for lunch, but that's about it.
For these players, it's 11 right now, so you know, it's pretty late for them, honestly. Like, I saw them might be going to sleep in the middle of the game. You know, have a bit of a, you know, if it gets hit by a Morgana queue. Actually, Morgana's like not even in the game. God, who has some long CC?
To be fair, if you get hit by a Morgana queue, you might as well go to sleep, because you're not going to have control of your character for a solid 3 minutes. So, why not?
I may as well have a quick nap. You've been playing Grey Screen Simulator for a while, so yeah, definitely. You know, this is actually quite an interesting game. We're seeing a pick in Hecarim in the jungle, which has recently started to come back into the meta. Quite a nice pick. It's always fun to see a metal pony fly around.
They have matching headsets too. Look, they all glow orange. Sorry, back over to you.
That is pretty awesome.
That's really cool. Swordfish, that makes up for all the tech issues. All right, let's talk lane matchups. Specifically, I want to talk about this bottom lane. Most importantly to me, because we have a Galio, and that's pretty high. But also because we have an interesting ADC matchup. You have the Xayah going up against a Caitlyn.
I think the range is obviously very heavily geared towards Caitlyn's favor, and since Xayah doesn't have the gap closers, and I don't think Galio actually would be able to get over next to the Caitlyn in these engages. Like, the E is a bit, but I don't think it'll be enough, because the moment he E's, Caitlyn can E. He can get polymorphed. Just a lot of things can really happen. So I think it's either going to be a safe bot lane or maybe a pretty good bot lane for the side of Kokeel and Lodger.
But if that Xayah Galio duo manages to connect against either of those squishy characters playing against them, they will delete them. Because Galio, even support Galio, does some pretty significant damage.
Yeah, obviously Galio being geared mainly towards mid, recently been taken into support, because why not, I guess? It's like, he does a lot of damage, obviously, and he has decently high base damage on his auto attack as well.
Yeah, the actual answer is the Shield of Durand, because you spend that, of course, as an AoE taunt. Anyone within it has to attack you. If you dive into the middle of a group of people and go, yo, pay attention to me, You can literally win a team fight for your team with a good taunt.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Those taunts can be immaculate. Honestly, I do like some good old Galio taunts. But I think gearing it back towards this mid lane, Corki being a pick we don't see that often. We see a little bit, obviously, Orianna with Phase Rush. It's a different one from what I usually see. But Corki versus Orianna, I think, will be actually quite an engage heavy mid lane. We see a lot of poke, I think, followed by an engage by either party, especially once Orianna hits that level 6. It's going to be quite a high kill pressure bot lane because obviously Corki has some nice engage. Orianna also, too, having some pretty nice engage once she's level 6, that is. So I think it's going to be poke, 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 big engage.
Well, I'm going to make the hard question then. You've seen the draft, you've seen the teams suffer for hours waiting to get into the game. Who wins?
Just by looking at the champion select.
Hedging your bets. Come on.
I'd actually go ahead and say it's pretty even.
Reload or Swordfish. Who wins? Come on, Viva, you're on the spot.
I'm going to go ahead and say Swordfish just because I really like their team fight. I really like Swordfish's team fight, honestly. They've got that team fight, and they've got that early game, so I'm feeling for them. I'm feeling for them right now.
All right, me was with you, chap, who do seem to have overwhelming support for Swordfish, and right off the bat, Swordfish think they have an opportunity. They'll scare away the Reload Prague members from that mid-river with a 5-man rotate.
Hold on, we actually still have a chat after an hour wait for another game.
Yeah, you know why? Because they're loyal.
You know what, that's dedicated, and props to anybody that's actually been here waiting the full hour with us, because it's been painful. And the stream has now gone from being a 4-hour stream to being about a 4.5-hour stream, so I hope your support is with us today and make sure our voices still work by the end of this. I'm sure yours as a play-by-play probably won't.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I was doing 8-hour broadcasts 2 days a week, back-to-back, for the last 8 weeks.
Oh my god.
This is nothing!
This child's play!
This broadcast is a mere triviality. Just like this red buff, which is smoothly picked up both sides. Managed to lock down their own jungle. No invades as of yet after an aborted early game attempt by SBL.
Yeah, Urgot actually versus Renekton is a lane we didn't really talk about much, and I think it deserves a little bit more love. It's going to be engage heavy. Renekton wants those early fights, Renekton wants to win those early fights, and Urgot's going to try and get a little bit of advantage before that, and maybe try and go for a counter engage, maybe try and push out the waves so Renekton can't engage. But it's definitely, I think we're going to see a lot of engages in that top lane.
How are you feeling about this bot lane? Because it's already leaning towards there's the shield Durant taunt, the Galio engage, just like I was talking about. If these two get close, it's going to be devastating for, oh my god, Reload Prague.
Yeah, I mean, LQP getting pretty low there. He kind of overstayed his welcome with the auto-attacking. Once he got the root, he should have just backed out. He shouldn't have gone for the extra auto-attack there. It made him take loads of damage, but it's worked out. It's worked out, and I don't understand why we didn't see Tokyo walking away. He saw the Galio walk into the bush. He knows the Galio is level 2, and he didn't walk away, which I feel like was a big mistake on his part, which forced him to take a lot of damage. But he got his own back when LQ he stayed just a little bit too long there.
I'd like to talk up this Urgot up in the top lane, who's been having a very good time. Just because we don't see too many top Urgots. He was big meta for a very long time, and then he got nerfed a bit. Now we don't see too many of them. We've seen a few in jungle as of the last few weeks, particularly of LPL. But a return to top lane, where he's certainly still viable, is fun to see.
Yeah, the changes have really helped him along. So yeah, I mean, it's just a champion that's always kind of there, isn't it? Realistically, and I actually think in that lane though, I feel like even though we've seen a lot of poke coming out from the Urgot, I still think Renekton does have a very good chance of winning that because he has good lane sustain and he has very good hard engage as well.
I would like to highlight down in the bot lane, of course, LQP is down a heal already, and the potions that were spent have meant the HP lead now skews against them. That falls to Sunchkov on the Galio to find, I think, another good, strong taunt engage. If they're not able to do that, then they're just going to slowly be pushed back further and further underneath this tower.
And we can see, mainly actually in the top lane and bot lane where most of the focus is coming out, not fully where I expected, but we are seeing the Hecarim move towards this top lane now.
Good leap in, the Hecarim will arrive, that gets dangerous up top. The Renekton of Pog needs to play back in the mid lane. Unholy Kiss trades even with the pressure. Pog did get away from the double gank attempt. Unholy Kiss does find poke in mid, but no kill.
I think Unholy Kiss could have definitely got the kill if they went for the auto attack instead of the Q. But we are
Scheidler in trouble. Unholy Kiss wants a kill. Monsters nearby. They've got him very, very low, but they can't finish off the opposing jungler. Very solid defensive performance across the map. Sunchkov down in the bot lane. Went forward, spent that Justice Punch to get close. Now he does it again, but the Shield of Duran doesn't quite snag his lane opponent. Chisa up top will be knocked even lower than usual. I apologize, we may have just lost my glorious co-caster. As he does seem to be having some microphone issues.
I'm back.
Hey.
I had a small issue. I realized what it was right after you said that. But yeah, anyway, I didn't really get an incredible glimpse of what's going on, but from what I can see, there was a lot of fights going on in the mid lane, but no kills were awarded across the map, but we have seen basically every summoner go down that mid lane. Yeah, I think the summoners going down probably leans into more favor of C# or Java, because having a gap closer also means you have a getaway. So if there is a gank coming out from Monster, he still has that getaway from that W. He still finds a way to be able to sneak out of those little, engages. But, with Unholy Kiss, doesn't really have a way to be able to just blink away from fights. If getting ganked by Schindler, it could end up going really badly unless the movement speed from the W on Orianna is able to help you get away. So it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out.
Unholy Kiss does certainly have poke, though. Those shockwaves, when they come up, will start to hurt. Sunchkov, with these Justice Punch Shield of Durand engages, just leaping in, spending the taunt instantly, has really been causing a lot of trouble down in that bot lane. You can see it starting to add up as he goes for the full engages, and every single time, even if he doesn't land the taunt, he scares back the defenders so much. It's buying so much time for his team.
Yeah, definitely. And let's give him a really nice little position in here, and we can actually, if we look at the CS advantages across the lanes, nothing serious yet, but we are seeing a 10 CS lead in top and just about mid, which I think is generally to do with the gank, but we could potentially seeing two junglers maybe going on the mid lane.
Holy Kiss, the engage! There's the deep leap in with the Cataclysm ultimate. It's first blood! Guaranteed over to Swordfish.
That's actually really, really good in the way of Swordfish, and it's one of those things where it's not the best. I think Xayah is probably the place for the best kills, or maybe at the moment Jarvan, because it's quite early on the game. Or potentially top lane.
Pog pulled in, but it's staying. That's awfully close. Zyka just works away at his HP. Pog, though, has the HP to spare, and he'll be able to dive in. The second kill to Swordfish as they spear away their opponents.
Yeah, Swordfish picking up 2 kills across the map, giving them a really nice little lead in mid and top. And now actually scratch that from what I was saying with giving the kills to Monster, because they don't even need it. I was thinking that the kills go to Monster, it'd be nice for the Monster to get more pressure in top and bot, but he doesn't even need it anymore. The pressure at top's already been gotten, and now the bot lane can be the main focus for Monster in this game right now.
Yeah, this has been a really, really strong showing so far from Swordfish.
Potentially seeing C-Sharp.
Rotate will come through from mid. Package has been deployed to C-Sharp, can just go into the middle of this fight and deal out the damage, but you can already see the effect of that core. Ball has arrived as well. He'll chase away the rotate. Now it's just Coghill all the way. Isolation in the middle of this fight. There's no way to win it against Swordfish's good TP. Pog arrives in the nick of time. Unholy Kiss is nearby as well, and he'll go in for this. I don't think they can stop him. The knockback's there. Cogill's so very low. Only the bush saved him, but I don't think it's enough because Unholy Kiss will just keep diving, pulling him back from underneath the tower and guaranteeing a kill behind two of them.
That's incredible. Going from a 0 to 0 to suddenly in like a couple of minutes going to 4 to 0, and with the first blood being sneaked in there somewhere, that's huge. That's given them a really nice position in this game now, and especially with 2 kills going on to Orianna. Now putting Yara in a nice position.
Schindler just answers back. First blood back over. A chance for Reload Prog to maybe find an opening as they not only get the kill in the bot lane, but they're going for Drake as well. It's a mountain. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, you know, like, obviously the kill is going to be a little bit annoying, but it's fine. Like, losing 1 kill for those 4 that they've just gotten is really good. And like I was saying, with the kills going on to Orianna, it means you can make more plays around the map, especially with the shockwave, potentially even here.
Pog up top will be scared back. The main focus does need to be down on this mountain though, where Unholy Kiss is trying to steal it away. He's not able to do so. A smooth pick up, and look at that disengage. Prog don't want to take a fight.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you know, it's one of the things where they have to just give it up. There's too many people. They don't, like, they have to just give up that dragon. They can't contest that. There's too many people. But I think we're probably going to see a lot more aggression in this mid lane now. Again, with this Orianna having 2 kills in comparison to Proki's 1. I think we're going to see a lot more aggression in this mid lane, especially with these QW combos that you can get for Orianna. Can burst people down very fast, as we've just seen there.
I really... Oh, lunge in, shield of Durand. Taunt doesn't quite snag Lodgster. Very narrow, though. I do really like how much work has been done in the last few moments, though, just to undo the gold lead. You can see Progger back in this game with only a Mountain Drake and a kill in the bot lane. Yeah,
you know, the Mountain Drake actually is going to be quite useful because it's going to give them a lot of more turret pressure, which is, I think, what they needed in the top lane after that power grow. Potentially in the bot lane.
The taunt! Double taunt! Suge saves the day for his bot lane on Galio. Nicely done. QQ definitely overstepped his welcome. Yet again, a consistent weakness for the bot lane player, but he had the support necessary to save him.
Yeah, like, you know, it's one of those things where we see a lot of this happen in Elo, I find more, where the ADC goes in before the support, gets damaged a bit and is forced to back out, which is what we saw by LQP. Engaging, realizing it wasn't a great engage without the support, backing out, and then the support's left alone on the engage. So it's not great, but it's fine. It's semi, like, almost like that, yeah.
Schindler caught out Cataclysm though, his monster goes all the way in, he's trying to pick him on his own. That should be 2, now 3 over. You can see C-Sharp arrive. What a response, shutting down the Orianna and catching out Sujkov, but the taunt comes through. Flag, drag, full commit, and Monster saves the day.
Yeah, really nice. 8 kills for 2, and they might actually make it more power in the top lane.
They do.
The mastery as well. Being able to push this tower, really pushing out these waves, stomping out this bot lane. So much focus is going to this bot lane now, which is exactly what I think they needed. A lot more focus on Xayah. However, Xayah hasn't been picking up these kills, meaning that she's not going to have the damage. She's not going to have enough, I think, to be able to scale that much. However, those plates act up to just about 2 kills, actually.
Nicely done on the engage, though. The only kill going back over was a minor victory for Prog, and that does mean that this should be a massive gold lead converted, even without that tower falling. I thought perhaps it would, but even as is, all the damage that was done has been undone, and SBL are truly pulling away now.
Yeah, like, you know, the 9 kills to 2. Sure, they lost their dragon, but you know what they gained? They gained a hell of a lot more with almost, I think that's a 4k gold lead, really putting them in a nice spot in this game for, well, 14 minutes now. You know, they're only going to make it more. Corki having the package, it might look to make a play onto the mid lane, but there is Monster there to try and stop that from happening.
He's hovering nearby. Monster, like you say, with that Cataclysm, has already picked up 2 pretty major kills for his team from just perfect use of the ultimate. Taunt, flicker, oh my god, that's good. Kogil just has to back out after the flash taunt combo. That tower they're trying to hide behind has no HP as well, making it very dangerous. But LQP yet again is overstayed his welcome, pushing a little bit too far forward in that bottom lane. That makes things dangerous. Mid, Unholy Kiss is caught out. He's going to be caught in the fear. That's devastating. C-Sharp comes through. Unholy Kiss is down. A second pick him onto the Orianna. And now in the bot lane, LQP has to know there will be no support. They'll wash up against that tower anyway. And they don't quite have the damage to take it down, though this cannon minions will take it to a sliver of HP.
You know, I feel like they could have definitely just walked up there in order to attack the tower once to get that first tower gold, but they are playing it safe, which I very much do respect. They didn't have that vision on where the Hecarim might be, so you know, if the Hecarim was just behind them, it would have resulted in 2 people dying. So really thinking ahead there, and...
Good escape, maybe. C-Sharp caught out. Org there for the finish up. This tower itself will be grabbed quite easily. There is no flash this time, but it doesn't matter. The taunt for the Durand does still come through. Tunchcom again able to isolate a kill for his team, and Porg again slaughtering in mid. This should be devastating. Monster wants to find something around the Dragon Pen as well, and there's nobody on hand to stop him. This is quite a lead built up. Unholy Kiss on the Orion wants revenge for his overstep before. He'll get it. Oh my god. This is pulling away now.
Yeah, you know, it's 11 kills to 3. They've just evened out the dragons. They're over 5,000 gold ahead, and they're going to start pushing down these towers now, and there's nothing really at the moment that, you know, the side of RP can do about this. Like, they could just start bursting down these towers with this Mountain Drake, and, you know, they're behind on kills. They've not got as good of a team fight. So the more and more objectives are going to be collected into the side of SBL, and you know, it looks like they're going to start trying to push these objectives before it hits this late game, before this Corki and Caitlyn become really online.
Unholy Kiss caught out. Nice Justice Punch in from Zunskov, though cuts off the flank from Schindler before it can become devastating. Now Schneidler just has to back off. Monster in the area as well. They can't take that fight 3-3. They can't take that fight 4-4 either, which seems to be what they're trying to do, and Porg is actually able to land a pretty major knock on the Kogil. That makes things very dangerous. He'll rein in the damage, but he's unable to secure anything. Just poke back and forth in mid.
You know, in this situation, I think genuinely that RP just needs to sit there, farm up, clear these waves, do everything to make sure that no objectives are taken, and that they can out-macro the side of SBL as much as possible, and try and keep vision control, because right now, Lulu's doing a good job of it, but if that's lost for a second, we will also see Monster come out of a bush or power and start blowing people up, which is really not what they want right now, because one pick could mean a Rift Held, could mean a top tower, could mean a lot of things.
Oh my god, the onslaught of shadows. LQP able to dodge, stay alive. There is the heroic entrance. Twitchcon streaks in, turns the fight. A heal spent as well. 3 players here now, but the teleport will be coming through all the while. This means it'll be a 4v3 if they can time it well, but the redemption's instantly there, and it's devastating. There's the timing. You can't charge into that, and Porg just keeps going. He's got 2. A slaughter in the top lane. 4 kills to Swordfish.
I see you now know what I mean by this team fight is just incredible. You know, they're able to just push them off these towers so easily. And, you know, this all happened because they decided to go for a play. They didn't just sit there and farm waves. They didn't macro up. They decided to make a play and they got punished for it. And now they've lost 4 kills and a tower, which at this point is just getting worse and worse. And there we go.
Should this be game? With the pickup right there of the Rift Herald. It certainly looks that way.
Yeah, I mean, the Rift Herald can be used. I'm just thinking about it then. But the Rift Herald can really be used anywhere. They've got all the towers down to the same amount. I think at this moment in time, with, you know, the current situation, I think it probably could be better if they put it around that bot side so they got more pressure for when that dragon comes up. Because I don't think they can go for as early of a Baron. They haven't got the best Baron team. I think once they've got the next dragon, they will go for Baron, so I think they might use the Rift Herald bot or mid to create more pressure.
Package has been picked up for C#. He'll try and work his way in the mid lane.
The package is actually going to be quite useful here. It's really nice as a getaway at this point, because usually if you're ahead, you use it as an engage, but since they're so far behind, there's really no point to use it as an engage. It's best to use it as a getaway for either you or your team. Whether we will see it used like that, I'm not sure. We have seen our team so far have the tendency to
take the fight to them. Turn the going.
Oh, that's a... What?
I
feel like the timer was about to run out, so he's probably just getting rid of it.
Burning the Valkyrie on a sideways dash.
There we go, the Rift Herald going out.
It is devastating! Players deleted in an instant!
The shockwave was perfect, the cataclysm and everything, and there we go, an early surrender, 20-minute surrender, wow!
What do you do against that? My God! He just took their spirits and broke it over their knee!
That was incredible. That was...
Through the announcer's table!
The team's just gone. They've all left. The entire team.
I really don't blame them.
That was
My God.
Amazing. I've never seen a play so convincingly strong and damaging before. That's just incredible. Honestly, I can't even begin to explain.
Into redemption with Cataclysm grabbing all 4 members and trapping them inside the redemption.
Yeah, you know, it's just crazy to think about, man. Like, you know, how did they even get to pull that off? Everyone's just gone. Everyone's left. They've had enough. There's been a bag that has been left underneath the table. It's unreclaimed, but that happened so fast. It all just happened in an instant. The game just ended. The game just ended in an instant. The Rift Herald was used, and then everyone died when the game ended. Also, my camera has kind of broken a little bit. So
the play was so strong it broke your camera.
Yeah,
Swordfish knew they'd won that game. They leave the arena real fast in victory.
You know, I'm speechless. I am genuinely speechless. You can see by my camera. My camera was just like, yeah, I've never seen a play like that.
That was actually insane. Give me more of those, please. If you would like more of those, you can, of course, look forward to future weeks in the City League and future weeks of Reload Prague playing, hopefully not again against Swordfish, because that didn't look great for them. Swordfish looked terrifying in the first game and will join at the top of Group B alongside Antwerp Lions 2. Wow, what a day. It was smooth sailing until the final game where we had some tech issues and then an absolute slaughter.
It ended in 20 minutes after an hour and 15 minutes of waiting. That was very anticlimactic. But there's... Hello there.
He's taking the camera. You can't...
So Swordfish just having their victory stare into the camera there. But, you know,
it's intimidation.
That's just crazy, though, because I said beforehand that I wanted another power team, because so far, all the games we actually saw today were really just hard stomps, if we're completely honest. Not all of them, but like, I'll say 3 out of the 4 were hard stomps, realistically. So I think at this point, I'm now excited to see all the teams that won today play against each other to see who would win out of that. And that's just incredible. That was a really exciting series to watch.
And it may be a little anti-competitive. I know you're not supposed to say these things, but I'm also very excited to see all the teams that lost today play each other. Because I'll be honest, I'm not a hyper-competitive boy. And I'd certainly be losing games as well of playing in this league. But this is much more of a developmental league, much more of a fun league than many very serious competitive leagues, which means that even amongst the teams that lost, future weeks will mean they get to play against other teams that maybe don't have so much of a lead on them. And that's a massive learning experience, which is very exciting. If you would like to see the schedule for future weeks, you can head on over to cityleague.gg, and I would highly encourage you to do so. You can also review the results for today, which you should absolutely do. If you are curious, I'll review them now on stream. We did, of course, see during Group A, Hub Valence and SPT come out on top. That'll be those two with 1 win and 0 losses topping the group. Antwerp and Engage tied for 2nd/4th place. I don't know how that works. In Group B, it'll be Antwerp Lions, just now, joined by by Swordfish at the top of that group, with Reload Prague and Alphen Rhinos at the bottom of the group, both on 1 loss. That about does it for today. Thank you so much for joining us. If you would like to follow us on Twitter, you can do so over at CityLeagueGG. There you can join in the conversation with the hashtag TCL as well. I believe you can catch all the games on YouTube. All that information's over on the site. You should also follow the Twitch channel, which is right here. Presumably you're already here. And then you can keep up with the Counter-Strike League and the League of Legends League. We'll be doing Counter-Strike later on this week as well, along with more League of Legends still to come. We have 3 long, exciting weeks of the competitive season, and we'll be bringing you all the action right here. For now, thank you very much for watching. My name has been TJ. You can find me on Twitter at esportstj. Miwa, it's been a joy to cast with you today. Where can people find you if they'd like to?
Well, you can follow me on Twitter at TeamUpMonkeys, or you can subscribe to me on YouTube at TeamUpMonkeys, where I do casting videos. I did daily uploads for a bit. I stopped doing daily uploads. I now do like upload every 2 weeks. That's at TeamWetMonkeys on YouTube. Check me out. Yeah, that's all I've really got to say. Honestly, that last game has left me speechless.
I don't have a YouTube channel because I'm not very productive. But you can find me on Twitter at esportstj. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you next time. Get some sleep.
See you guys later.